Essex on top after Harmer hammers Hampshire. Hampshire are right at the pointy end of the Division 1 table. A strong win against Yorkshire last time out took them to within 3 points of Surrey, the current leaders of the LV County Championship. Essex are tricky opponents though, even if they haven't yet reached the dizzying heights of their performances in recent years. They chose to start the day in the middle, Hampshire with the ball, and the visitors were productive early on. Abbott's delivery perfect, Brown's leave wasn't. Barker got in on the act, Cook outcaught by Holland jabbing at one, the score a concerning 7 for 2, and it didn't get much better. Lawrence only able to add 2 before he was trapped in front by Brad Wheel. After an hour and a half in the middle, Essex brought up the 50, 3 added by Walter to get there, at last something for the hosts to cling on to. Hampshire had their tails up though, and Ian Holland made it 4, Walter out LBW. Things weren't going to plan for the 2020 champions, and they went from bad to worse. Pepper out 2 balls later. Holland took the catch of his own bowling, the title contenders showing their credentials. There was a sense that if Essex were to avoid an embarrassment in the first innings, Wesley and Rossington were key. The tricky overs before lunch had to be negotiated, and they made their way to the sanctuary of the break. The score 72 for 5. Plenty of work left to do after lunch. The recovery looked on, the pair gritty and determined on their return to the middle, and Barker was on the receiving end. Relief for the hosts when Wesley unfurled a sumptuous cover drive for 4 to ensure they'd reach 3 figures. That would prove to be the end of the road for the partnership though. Just when Essex thought they'd gained some control, Rossington had to go, bowled as Abbott got one to keep low. And both men were gone soon. Wesley trapped in front by Dawson, agonisingly short of his half-century. Snater and Harmer are no slouches with the bat and put in a show of resistance. The former entertaining as usual, flashing hard at anything and everything within reach. Harmer took them to 150 runs, whipping Wheel through the leg side for 4, but all eyes were on the other end. Snater, inventive, the uppercut, effective, the 8th wicket, worth 50 off 77. Another short ball from Wheel, another Snater 6. Hampshire's grip on the reins loosening, but then tightened. It was spinner versus spinner, and Dawson won. Harmer LBW for 19 on the sweep. Still Snater swung with freedom, and the 6s kept coming. Beard too got in on it with tea just around the corner. Snater's electric innings came with the reward of a 50 before tea, up to the mark from just 47 deliveries. A swashbuckling counter-attack, leaving Essex in a much healthier position at tea. The score, 194 for 8. Snater almost took Beard's head off to bring up the 200. It seemed everything he touched ran away to the ropes, and that continued all the way into the evening session. Beard got back to his feet. Holland flayed through the offside for 4 to bring up the 50 partnership from 62 balls. With 71 eye-catching runs to his name, Snater was finally removed. The shot mistimed, Wheel underneath it, Abbott with the wicket, an intrepid knock finally at an end. Beard tried to do the same as Snater before him and added some crucial lower-order runs before finally falling for 33, caught in the deep by Donald off the bowling of Dawson. Essex all out for 238. Wesley and Rossington had recovered from 56 for 5 to put 3 figures on the board, but Shane Snater's all-out assault had left Hampshire's shoulders slumping. The number 9, 71 off 73, far and away the top score in what had been far from a straightforward innings. And Hampshire were about to find out just how tough it could be out there. Organ unable to get off the mark, juggling in the slips, but Cook clung on eventually. Gubbins joined Holland, the innings now up and running in earnest, but the pair could only add 34 before Cook trapped the opener LBW for 11 with one that did a bit. And Vince soon followed. Down the track, 2 balls into his innings, the swipe wild, Rossington quick to whip the bails off. Dawson followed. The game was gathering pace. His the 14th of the day. Harmer finding all sorts of movement, and Hampshire were all at sea. Not for the first time this season, Gubbins and Brown were asked to rebuild, but this time they couldn't stick together. Harmer with yet another wicket. Gubbins out, well taken by Lawrence. Donald was his next victim. Out first ball, caught tamely at short leg by Pepper. Vintage Simon Harmer. When the visitors strolled off the outfield at the Cloud County ground, they'd been reduced to 68 for 6, trailing by 170 after a destructive spell by Simon Harmer. They need to find something, and fast, if they're to claw their way back into contention. Otherwise, with Surrey dominating at the Kia Oval, this could be a damaging week for their title hopes.
Well battered, Shane. 72 last time out against Lancashire and 71 here today. You seem to have a knack of getting runs when the team need them most.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, I'm just going out there to enjoy myself and just trying to take the positive option. If it's there to score, look to score. But yeah, I'm enjoying batting at the end when building partnerships.
You came in over the side on 105 for 7. Do you get given a brief in that scenario, or are you just allowed to play your natural way?
No, not necessarily. I think the aim was to try and push to 200 and then just see from there. So,
with 3 70-plus scores this season, all of them around a runner ball, it appears as though you found a formula that works for you.
Yeah, for sure. I think, like I said, I'm just trying to go out there and just try and enjoy myself and try to score runs where I can.
Hampshire went out to bat with 22 overs left in the day. Getting them 6 down has to be kind of beyond your expectations. You must be delighted with how it went.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the boys started well, Sammy and then Harmy from the other end. It's good to have them 6 down, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
We all know how good Harmer is. He took 4 for 23 and it felt like every ball was going to be a wicket.
Yeah, he's doing a bit out there, so yeah, it's lovely to have a wicket that helps him a bit, and yeah.
Finally, it must have been nice to get your cousin Jason Rowe out in the recent ODI series.
Yeah, of course it was nice. I mean, game swung the other way after that, but it's a good start to the tournament.
Right-hand side, and the Hampshire batsmen no doubt have talked about it last night, talked about it this morning, about how they're going to go about it and how they're going to try to deal with Simon Harmer. And Kevin, you were talking to me when I got into the box a little bit earlier on this morning about the way all the players seem to have a different way of wanting to go about it, and James Vince looked a bit reckless, but why stand around and prod and push around when the ball's doing all sorts, when, you know, the 2 short fielders are going to be very much in the game, and everyone trying to find a way of dealing with him.
Yeah, listen, well, last night, and I hope from a Hampshire point of view it doesn't carry on today, but I think it will, is that Harmer was getting turn and bounce, and with the men close in on the leg side, what do you do? Because you don't want that. I mean, normally in a normal game, a spinner's bowling, you've got some men in close, and they're not really in play unless you make a bit of a mistake, or unless one turns a little bit, you might get an inside edge onto the pad, but generally they're around you and you think, well, okay, but they're not really in play here. But yesterday and last night, those guys really, really were in play, and they were the most likely way of you getting out. So you then have to deal with that, and you have to come up with a plan. And there were various ways that the Hampshire batters came up with a plan. James Vince, for instance, yes, as you say, it looked a bit reckless him coming down the wicket, but his plan was to use his feet, drive Harmer down the ground, whether that was in the air or along the ground, whatever he would have decided, and try and get those guys away from him on the leg side. Once you get those guys away from you and take them out of the game, then your chances of being out greatly diminish. But it's just trying to get rid of those guys in close. So that was Vince's ploy. That didn't work because he was stumped. Liam Dawson swept a couple, but that was good. But in the end, he succumbed to the bounce. Gubbins' left-hander was sweeping across the line and bounced. That's a bit risky, but actually he found a way. But in the end, he got out close as well.
Sam Cook's going to open the bowling on this second morning from the Hayes close end. Is in and bowling to Barker now. He just pushes defensively up to mid-off, and there is no run. Cook, who started the fun yesterday from an Essex perspective with a couple of early wickets, and then very much the Simon Harmer show from that point onwards.
Yeah, and Cook bowled really well. You know, I mean, listen, the best way to play Harmer is batting this end, a commentary end, because you're not facing Harmer. But Sam Cook kept up with pressure. But if I'm honest, you'd want to play Snater, you'd want to face Baird all day in this game. You don't want to be facing the others.
3 slips in as Cook comes around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed. Barker is in now down the leg side, and Barker just tickles that one down to long leg, where he'll pick up a single. And it's gone for 4 actually. Yeah, the man at long leg unable to get round, and it goes for 4. But 4 leg buys is signalled, and the score moves to 72-46. Be updating BBC Essex listeners in a couple of moments' time. We're in the first over. We actually started about 2 minutes to 11, so slightly earlier. 3 slips in there for Essex. Sir Alistair Cook, the captain Simon Harmer, and Nick Brown is at 3rd slip, just exchanging a few words as Cook is in again. And into Barker, has just readjusted his sights there, Sam Cook, bit straighter, and Barker pushes out to the offside for no run again, 72-46.
I've just seen a comment here, Nick Jenkins at Solent Sport, that says, can't you lock Harmer in the toilet? It's probably the best way to play him. That's a good thought, actually.
They're going to miss him later this summer, because you would think he's a shoo-in for South Africa, touring England later on this summer. And a few players disappearing off from Essex to the 100 as well. One of them is bowling now. Sam Cook into Barker, and Barker driving, and driving nicely as well. No big stride with the foot, just waits for the ball to come on and drives up to the the long off boundary for 4 runs. And the score goes up to 73-46.
Just looks such a different game when the seamers are bowling. You know, the odd one does bounce a bit, and the odd one does keep a bit low, and Cook is a good bowler, so you will get the odd one that will cause you some problems, but generally against the seamers it's a lot easier game.
Here's Cook again, getting through this over nice and quickly. Into Barker, that's on middle and leg, and Barker turns that behind square on the onside, and it's Snater who comes in to do the fielding, and they pick up another single, 74-6. So it does appear that didn't go for 4 leg buys a little bit earlier on. The umpire seemed to signal 4 leg buys, but I thought Snater had picked it up just inside the rope, and that brings the right-handed Ben Brown down onto strike, the Hampshire wicket-keeper. So all change, lots of movement out in the field as umpires change sides, slips move around. Specialist fielders get shifted to their more favoured position. And here's Cook in from the distance. Quite a bit of cloud around this morning. And that's full and driven by Brown, sliding more off the face of the bat than anything, but the result is just as effective, and it flashes away for 4 runs. And that's a decent over from Hampshire, the opening over of the day, and Harmer is going to open from this river end. Just going to update BBC Essex listeners. Yeah, we've already had the first over of the morning here, Victoria, and Hampshire have moved on to 77-4-6. The target first and foremostly for them is 89 to avoid the ignominy of possibly being asked to follow on, although bearing in mind the way the pitch behaved on the opening day, particularly with Simon Harmer bowling, batting 4th might not be the wisest decision to make. The 133 runs that Essex made for the final 3 wickets is already looking like it could be key here. They went from 56 for 5 to 238 all out, and the key man there, Shane Snater, who made 71, and helped out by Aaron Beard, who made 33, and then Simon Harmer with those 4 wickets late yesterday, putting Essex in total control here, and they remain just so as Harmer's about to bowl the second over of the morning from this river end, and Hampshire at 81 for 6.
Surprise, surprise, Simon Harmer opening the bowling on day 2. Eh?
Who would have thought it? Be good.
Well, I'm not sure this game would last till lunch if he was bowling both ends. Here is then to Barker. Oh, he's beaten outside the edge. So that's turned straight away. 3 men around the bat. There is a slip and there is a gully. And there is a short leg. Left-hander Nick Gubbins succumbed, caught in the gully last evening. So Barker faces Harmer again, goes for the slog sweep over the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs, and that looks very much as though that's going to be Barker's ploy against Harmer.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Why stand there and be dictated to? And if it's up there, and Harmer will put it up there and give it every opportunity. And you know, Barker's more than capable with the bat, and he picks up 4 runs. No surprises, delayed start at Headingley. for the test match between England and New Zealand, building up to an exciting finish there, but they're not going to get any sort of clear weather until after lunch there, and delayed start in Division 2 as well. Nottinghamshire up against Middlesex, that's delayed, the covers are still on.
Yeah. They have to play it heading there, they've got to play, haven't they? The way that series is going and the way that game is going as well, it'd be a tragedy if they don't play at all on day 5.
Northants Warwickshire start delayed due to rain as well in Division 1.
It's just up the road from here, isn't it?
Well,
Ish. Up the M1, here's Harmer, bowls to Barker, he's gone for the sweep, he misses, he's got an edge onto his pad, it's caught to Gully, and not out, says the umpire. A few of the Essex players are claiming the catch, and they're staring at Barker. Looks very disappointed. Is that Pepper there?
good catch.
Took the catch.
Really good catch, diving forward. But if he gets an under edge on that, and it comes off the pad, you would feel it would be going down rather than looping up, as it were.
Dan Lawrence it was actually. He looked very disappointed. Here's Harmer again round the wicket. Bowls. Barker's on the back foot to a very full delivery. Prods it out on the offside, and there is no run.
It's just got the feel about it. Something's going to happen every ball with Harmer's bowling at the moment, doesn't it?
This was exactly what was happening the last hour last night. Hampshire were just pleased that it was the end of day 1, but it looks like the pressure's on straight away. Barker's on the back foot, plays it into the ground, fielded by Lawrence in the galley.
I mean, that's come from Midland leg and spun to outside off stump, that delivery.
I know.
That's as far he's got it going.
He's going to ask a question virtually every ball again. Simon Harmer comes in again and bowls. Barker on the back foot. It's to a very full delivery again. That seems to be a reasonable method that he's employed. 85 for 6. We've had 2 overs this morning, and Hampshire have actually advanced quite well, actually, scoring quite well. 153 they are behind now, having started the day 170 behind.
Delayed start in Division 2 as well, due to start at 11:30. Worcestershire against Glamorgan. So Division 1, Gloucestershire 279 for 7 against Lancashire, and Surrey resuming 446 for 5 against Kent. And as previously advertised, delayed start at Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire, they've in command there, 420 for 6. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to email us, and at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter. Sam Cook is going to continue from the Hayes close end. Strong breeze blowing across the ground there as well. It's a lot fresher than it certainly was yesterday, as Cook is in and bowling to Brown, who just plays defensively from the crease up to mid-on for no run. 85 for 6. You always get a good sign of how strong the wind is by looking at the trees, but also looking at our monitor and see how much the camera's being shaken around when it's focused on the scoreboard. Juddering around from side to side a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, I spoke to Kyle Abbott last night actually, and he said that the breeze was definitely noticeable when you were bowling.
Here's Cook in again, 2 slips in bowling. Brown drives and will get a single for that. There is a man out at backward point, and they collect the 1 run for that. Score moves up to, well, one board has 86 for 6, and one board has 86 for 6 at the start of that ball, so a little bit twixt and between, but I think it is 86 for 6. It's Paul Walter back there doing the fielding.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And it brings Barker down onto a strike, and we've already seen that he's quite willing to put bat to ball this morning. So 3 short of the follow-on target, Hampshire. They're going to make that comfortably. Cook is in, and Barker pushes into the onside, again for no run.
There's not a lot happening for Sam Cook at the moment this morning.
I was saying in the last over, you get the feeling something's going to happen every single ball that Harmer bowls, and you almost get the feeling everyone's just waiting to get this over out of the way and then see what.
Well, Hampshire aren't waiting to get the over out of the way,
comes from.
but everybody else is, yes. It really is a game of 2 ends.
Here's Cook again. Round the wicket to Barker, and Barker angles the bat, breaks the wrists, opens the face, behind square on the offside, comes back for a couple of runs, and the score moves up to 88 for 6. Essex without Matt Critchley for this game. He missed the last couple of T20s as well. He's got a bit of a knee injury, so not involved in this match either. The only other spin option that Essex do have is Dan Lawrence's very occasional, and Tom Wesley's, well, I wouldn't say very occasional, but he seems very reticent to bowl these days, Tom Wesley. Cook has the ball back in hand, so 1 more required for Hampshire to avoid the follow-on. Cook is in short, and Barker just takes the head out of the way of that. It loops through to Rossington behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure whether the spinners would have quite the same effect from the Hayes close end. I mean, we saw 1 over of Felix Organ with his off spin yesterday. It's probably not enough to really gauge what's going on, but I think it's fair to say that the bounce is from bowling from this end for the spinner.
He's cooking again. He's taking one of the slips out now and cutting away in front of square this time, Barker, and he'll pick up 4 more runs there. Good start this from Hampshire, nice positive stuff. They've avoided the follow-on and the score moves on to 92 for 6, and that's the end of Sam Cook's second over of the morning.
Yeah, well, it's good to be positive against the seamer because at the very least it's probably the easiest way you're going to score your runs. So again, I mean, everybody talks about plans and whether you're bowling or whether you're batting, but I think from a Hampshire point of view this morning, more than ever, you really need to have a clear plan in your head as to what you're going to do, otherwise that's it. And so far it's worked, but we're only talking of 1 over of Harmer so far. But it'll be interesting to see how Ben Brown copes with Harmer here, because he's not the tallest either, Ben Brown, so actually to get on top of the bounce isn't easy anyway. But those 2 men lurking on the leg side, that leg slip and a short leg, and be interesting to see how Brown copes with it. He was actually 10 not out overnight, 36 balls, so the way things were going last night, that's actually quite a reasonable length of innings. Can't think of a shot that he played too much, but at least he lighted 36 balls. That didn't bounce, and that's turned away on the leg side, and that'll be a single. Now, it's quite interesting yesterday because and I had a chat with 1 or 2 of the Hampshire boys this morning, that the leg side for Harmer not only had the close-in fielders, but they also had the fielders saving 1 on the leg side. So it was difficult when you just nudged it away into the gap. You couldn't get your single, but there actually Ben Brown did. So a slightly more defensive field at this stage. Barker's decided he's going to play Harmer on the back foot to virtually everything, and he does so again there and plays it into the ground. Barker's 18, 93 for 6, Hampshire. Remember, they started at 68 for 6, so they have been positive. Here's Harmer again round the wicket, goes for the slog sweep again there, Barker, and it's exactly the right ball to be doing that, and that's close to a maximum. The umpires are just checking it is, and that is 2 good shots away on the leg side for Barker, and he's picked exactly the right balls. It's not easy hitting against the spin and the bounce with a cross bat, and it has to be right. And Barker at the moment has nailed both shots.
Was it Gubbins you said yesterday?
Did exactly the same, yeah.
To do the same, yeah.
With a couple of sweeps thrown in as well. It's a dangerous shot as a left-hander. You really have got to pick the right ball. It's quite straight from Harmer. He's having to bowl straight because of the turn. So if you pick the right ball, it actually isn't a dangerous shot. And Barker has. It is a dangerous shot, of course, if it's not quite right. And immediately Harmer is changing the field. He's putting mid on to mid wicket. Still wants to keep those fielders in close, which he's doing. Bowls, Barker forward this time, plays it into the ground. So the mid wicket there, who's fairly straight, is there for a miss hit more than anything. If Barker gets hold of it, it's going to the boundary. Harmer bowls, he's on the back foot there, plays it into the ground there, Barker. This is great to watch, isn't it?
Well, you see him line it up, and it's just the hands, isn't it? He's just sort of covering the spin and moving with the spin. I just wonder if Harmer might look to push it through a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Here it comes again then, bowls, and it's short, and Barker just easily plays that into the ground, fielded at short leg. Barker has 24 now. Brown has 16. Hampshire 99 for 6, and so far, and it is early days of day 2. But the plans that both batters have out there are working against Harmer.
So no play in the test match, the men's test match between England and New Zealand at the moment, but the women's test is underway at Taunton, although there's quite a bit of heavy cloud cover around. There are 4 debutants for England's women, and South Africa are batting 4 without loss after 2 overs. And another bit of cricket news emerging this morning, not confirmed as yet, but I understand that Owen Morgan, England's one-day captain, is expected to announce his retirement from international cricket tomorrow. Even could be as early as tomorrow when he announces that.
Been struggling a bit, hasn't he?
Yes. Didn't particularly enjoy his trip to the Netherlands, I don't think.
Must be the only England player that didn't.
Sam Cook is going to continue, and he's been expensive this morning. On the Hayes close end. Bowling to the right-handed Brown. 2 slips, Harmer and Sir Alistair Cook are there. And Brown going for the pull, and Rossington's fumbled that one, and he won't be particularly pleased with that because it wasn't that difficult, because he didn't really have to move, and that brings up the 100 for Hampshire, and they are buys as well, 101 for 6.
Well, they're motoring along this morning. Hampshire, what's that, 33 runs already?
We were musing whether our friends from 5 Live Sports Extra, if the women's test match is interrupted by rain, whether they might come here, because we're the most advanced of any of the games around the country. Not really much of a surprise. Here's Cook into Brown, and Brown trying to flay that one away, trying to drive at it with a straight bat, and goes past the outside edge and through to Rossington. He plays the shot again, Brown, and then plays it with a horizontal bat, the practice shot, saying I probably should have played it like that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of extra bounce there as well, and he wasn't right behind it, was he? That you can see that they're being positive against the seamers, and that's right, you have to be.
101 for 6. We're in the 27 over here. BBC Essex, BBC Solent with you. From the counter ground in Chancellor, people still making their way to their seats. As Cook is into Brown, and Brown just pushes defensively, and Cook fields on his follow through.
Did you say the women's test, they haven't started either?
No, they have started, but it is under heavy cloud cover there at Taunton. The southwest has had more rain than certainly we've had in the last week or so. We haven't had much, but a little bit overnight a couple of days ago, but nothing more than that. But we've got quite a lot of cloud around today. We will be blown across because there's a strong breeze blowing, but rain off and on was the forecast. As Cook is in again to Brown, and Brown tucking that one down to long leg. See whether he's got bat on that one. No, it will be leg buys, and they pick up 4 more, 105 for 6. The runs are flowing.
Well, they are, and it's only 15 minutes into day 2, so there's nothing to be too alarmed about from an Essex point of view, but Hampshire are actually motoring along here. You know, maybe fine. Things may settle down a little bit more for Essex over the next 15, 20 minutes or half an hour or so, but at the moment, I would say from an Essex point of view, Hampshire are just scoring a little too freely.
Here's Cook in again to Brown, and Brown pushes out to the offside, takes a couple of strides forward, but he and Barker both say no at the same time. There was never a single there, so they're 133 runs behind at the moment, which is exactly what the last 3 wickets for Essex added.
Interesting, isn't it?
Second time Snater's done something like that this season, down the order.
And he was positive as well,
yep.
You know, so it's certainly worked for the batters that have been positive so far.
This next one from Cook has Brown just shuffling down the wicket, but pushes defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. A tidier one from Sam Cook on this occasion, and Hampshire are 105 for 6. Barker has 24 from 30 deliveries. Brown a lot more sedate and a lot more circumspect, 16 from 46.
Yeah, so Cook this morning has bowled 3 overs for 16. So not as economical as he was last night with his couple of wickets as well. He bowled 6 overs, 2 for 12. So what he was able to do was to keep it tight at the Hayes close end, and of course Harmer was doing the damage at the other end, and they just had a total strangle of the Hampshire batters. But already Cook's leaking a few runs. Harmer at the moment hasn't got the same control he had last night, and you know, Aaron Baird and Snater yesterday didn't really have any control at all. So at the moment there's a few problems now. Field's changed totally. There is a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket now, and there's a reverse sweep there from Barker, and it goes off the pad. Shout from Harmer for LBW.
So you've put a deep mid wicket out and a deep backward square leg out, so tell you what I'll do, I'll try and reverse sweep you instead.
Well, it's cutting off Barker's shot over mid wicket, which is interesting because he'd only played 2. So Barker's on the back foot, just works that on the onside, but Harmer fields moving across to his left. So it's just making Barker play differently, even though he's only had 2 successful hits away on that leg side. I don't think he'll be playing that shot. He shouldn't really be looking to play that shot with the fielder out there. There's another reverse sweep, which they go, and I think, is he bowled?
Bowled.
He is bowled. And he just whacks the bat on his pad there, and Harmer has got his 5th wicket of the innings. Barker goes for 24, and it's 105 for 7 now. Barker bowled reverse sweeping.
I get it. I get that they want to be positive, but the very fact that Essex have cut off that slog sweep out there doesn't mean that Barker has to play, what, 2 reverse sweeps in that over? It just seemed rather unnecessary, because he actually played Harmer very sensibly in amongst a couple of big hits that he had made, and he whacks his pad with his bat in annoyance, and I would say in annoyance with himself, really, because that seemed rather unnecessary to me, because he played him very, very well.
Yeah, 5 for 34. Harmer in his 11th over, and Hampshire have lost their first wicket of the morning. Barker 24 off 33 deliveries, and that will bring, I think it's is that Carl Abbott?
Looks like him, doesn't it?
Oh no, it's James Fuller. What am I talking about? Okay. I forgot James Fuller was playing, didn't bowl in the first innings.
Well, he looks like Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, yeah, I know, it's James Fuller. Now he'll be positive as well. Well, I think they all will. I think I think they will have had a big chat last night and this morning, just about the way that Harmer was bowling last night. He doesn't have, for me at the moment, he doesn't have quite the same bounce. But I think the damage and the seed was putting everybody's minds from the way things were going last night. Still, those 2 fielders close in on the leg side, as you'd expect. Now the man on the sweep has come up, saving 1. So that little get-out shot where you just play off your hip is not there for Fuller. Interesting to see what he does. There's Harmer then over the wicket, and Fuller's forward, plays it into the ground, it turned a fraction.
Okay, they put the deep mid-wicket out for him though as well.
Yeah, well, he does play positively as well, and he does that anyway. I don't think this situation will make him change. He will look to be, if he can. There's a sweep, drive through extra cover. That's a nice shot. Slightly over pitch there from Harmer, and that should make it over the rope. It does. Nice start, second delivery from Fuller. This game is moving forward rapidly this morning, and Hampshire move on to 109 for 7, having started 68 for 6, and we've only had, what, 21 minutes of play.
If someone's got a train to catch, or you know, if they've got a late appointment tomorrow evening.
Incredible, isn't it? Hampshire currently trail by 129. Here's Harmer again, bowls, and Fuller's on the back foot, and steers that out to point. And there is no run. 109 for 7 then. Brown has 16, Fuller has 4. The man out in that over, Barker for 24.
Yeah, so Simon Harmer has his 5 foot, and it is he and Snater and Beard who have really swung this game for Essex. Snater and Beard with that stand late on in the Essex innings, and Harmer with his 5 for 34, 2 maidens from his 11 overs so far. Beard's only bowled a couple, Snater's bowled 6, and Cook 9.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal plan for Hampshire is to have the seamers come on a lot more, the other seamers, but we've got spin at both ends, yeah?
Yeah, Dan Lawrence, I mentioned earlier, he's very occasional, very, very occasional leggies, and various other variations that he has. And does have international wickets as well, let's not forget. And he's going to come on from the Hayes close end. You mentioned earlier, Kevin, that Sam Cook had looked very non-threatening this morning and had cost a few runs. So one slip, a leg slip in as well, and a forward short leg for Dan Lawrence. And he's got protection either side of the wicket as well. Here is Lawrence in now, that high loopy action that he has. And Brown just pushes defensively back to him for no run.
What's this? Is his 5th first-class game. He's only bowled 24 overs, just over 24 overs for Essex this season.
Yeah, I'd say very occasional.
You're right, yeah.
Missed a couple of championship games with a hamstring injury as well. And he's in again, all arms. And on the reverse sweep is Brown, and there is a man out there, but he won't get there. And it goes away for 4 runs. Very nicely played, that 113 for 7. And when you don't bowl much, obviously not as consistent as the full-time spinner at this end. Brown played that very nicely.
He did, yeah. Well, that wasn't a bad ball. I'd be disappointed as a spinner. I'd be looking at that coming out of the hand, thinking, yeah, that's all right. And then you get a reverse sweep that's come out the middle of the bat. Good shot.
There's Lawrence in again. And Brown on the reverse sweep once again, but this time he's straight to the man, Sam Cook, who's down there. Well, regulation position would be deep backward point, but comes a deep backward square on the reverse sweep, and that brings Fuller down onto strike.
We've had all the shots this morning already, haven't we?
It's like a T20.
It's like one.
So Fuller facing up to Darren Lawrence. All sorts of approaches sideways, Lawrence, in his approach. That's quicker and flatter from Lawrence. Pushed out to the onside for no run.
Doesn't look the same bounce, does it, from that far end at the moment?
Lawrence working hard on the ball. He's sort of wrapping his shirt around the ball and giving a good old wipe. And he's in to Fuller. Full delivery this time, and Fuller just plays up to the man 3/4 of the way to the long off boundary, and they jog through for a single. 115 for 7 is the Hampshire score. So trail by 123 runs at the moment. So they've really eaten into that Essex lead. A few words from Simon Harmer to Dan Lawrence. Brown played 2 reverse sweeps, 1 for 4 and 1 for a single. The last couple of deliveries he received from Lawrence. And he's in now. And on the sweep this time, Brown behind square on the onside. They have got a man stationed there. That's Paul Walter. And they come through for the single, end of the over, 117 for 7.
Well, runs coming quite easily this morning. It's not the sort of way that you'd expect batters to be playing in a 4-day game, but they've obviously worked out a plan. Sweeps, reverse sweeps, seem to be the order of the day here at the moment. And by and large, it's been effective. I think it was a clever piece of captaincy from Harmer, even though Barker had only hit him twice over mid-wicket. Had the fielder out in mid-wicket, it changed the way Barker played. And all of a sudden, Barker then employed the reverse sweep. And that brought his downfall. So here we are with Harmer coming in, bowls to Brown. Brown plays that into the ground. And having beaten those 2 close men in on the leg side, picks up a single. Interesting again, the man down, is that Snater, is it?
That is Shane Snater, yeah.
Yeah, down at deep square leg. It's allowing Brown to just nudge it into the gap, and it's a bit of a let-off shot for Brown, and he can get an easy single. Whether they allow him to keep doing that, we'll have to wait and see. But the man is up for Fuller behind square on the leg side. As Harmer comes in, flights that one. Fuller drives nicely up to deep mid-on, and that'll be a single. That's Paul Walter fielding just in front of us.
First wicket down in the women's test. Andre Steyn has gone, bowled by Kate Cross for 8, and South Africa 18 for 1. That's being played at Taunton.
I think she left that one, I think I saw. 118 for 7, flighted, and Brown again, see, that's that let-off shot where it goes between the fielders close in on the leg side, and with Snater deep, that's a nice easy shot that for Brown, as long as it doesn't bounce. And we haven't seen quite the same bounce from Harmer this morning. It's quite interesting, isn't it? You think, why is that? And if I'm honest, I haven't got a clue. I don't know if you have, Glenn. So maybe the sun's not out fully, might have something to do with it. That's a straighter arm ball there. Fuller picked it at the last moment, pushes it out towards extra cover, and Harmer's quickly around. That's clever bowling.
Maybe, yeah, not as warm, fresher conditions.
Yeah, it's just something, isn't it? It's not quite the same bounce. And by and large, the Hampshire bouncers have coped with it. Here's Harmer. Bowls again, flight here, driven by Fuller out towards extra cover. Nice looking shot, but it will be cut off just a few yards in front of the boundary by Tom Wesley, who's very wide at mid-off, deepish mid-off. 2 to Fuller, takes him on to 8, and the Hampshire total to 121 for 7. They trail by 117 now in the first innings.
Oh, and Essex getting a taste of their own medicine now from the Hampshire lower order a little bit.
Yeah. I was going to switch to round the wicket here. Goes to Fuller. Fuller sweeps into the ground. And the man at backward square leg fields, that's Nick Brown. And that's the end of the over. 121 for 7 then. Ben Brown has 24. Fuller has 8. And Hampshire trail, as I say, by 117. And Harmer, for me, is there's a lot less bounce for him out there. Just shows, isn't it, how much easier, in brackets, it is when the spinner's not getting quite the same bounce.
Yeah, and as you say, they've had that outshot. They've managed to nudge him around. Okay, Barker played a couple of lusty blows against him, but they've looked to just nudge him around, pick up singles, rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard moving. They've done that plenty this morning. Added more than 50 runs this morning, haven't they? Was it overnight? Yeah, going along very nicely. Thank you very much. Yeah, Kevin's just going to go off and update BBC Solent listeners. So I think if Nick comes down and joins me, and then once Kevin's back, he can join Nick for the next half an hour or so. We've got quite a lot of changes in the field going on at the moment, so you're not missing any of the action. As, Dan Lawrence just manoeuvres things around. Alongside his captain Tom Wesley, obviously. So they've taken out the regulation slip for Dan Lawrence here, kept the leg slip in and the forward short leg, but taken out the regulation slip. So Alistair Cook's now at leg slip as Lawrence comes in. Oh, and Brown tries to sweep and gets a big under edge on that, and is actually going to pick up 4 runs for it. The sweep that he was playing probably only would have got the single to deep backward square, but he's got an under edge on it. It rolls past Adam Rossington, nothing he could do about that, and they pick up 4 more runs, and the score goes up to 125 for 7. Good morning, Nick Gledd.
Yeah, morning, Glenn. Spirited performance by Hampshire this morning, and all they can really do is just get as close as possible. Maybe, perhaps the most optimistic scenario to be about 50 or 60 behind, just so they can seem as have a chance of putting the Essex top order under pressure again. But spirited stuff, good captaincy, as we mentioned, to deal with Keith Barker's threat and to force him to play differently. Just interesting to see Dan Lawrence bowling ahead of the 2 other seamers on the second morning of a match.
Here's Lawrence into Brown once again. Brown trying to sweep this time, and that's from well outside off stump, and again gets a little bit of an under edge on it. Rossington's able to pick it up, and there's no run.
See, this is much more absorbing for spectators than the first 3 games here at Chelmsford, but the amount of turn on offer yesterday probably was too much, and it rather sort of sums it up, the fact that Lawrence is bowling ahead of the other 2 frontline seamers that have been picked on the second morning.
Right, leg slip is coming out now, and Sir Alistair Cook's going to a short fine leg as Lawrence is in, and down the wicket comes Brown, and it's a good stop by Lawrence on his follow through, and there's no run. 125 for 7.
Yeah, he's played very well, Ben Brown. Good signing for Hampshire, all those runs for Sussex as his keeper batsman, and he's done much the same for the South Coast neighbours.
Decent over this from Lawrence. Unfortunately, you can see those 4 runs to Brown's under edge. Spinning the ball from hand to hand. And into Brown. And Brown again is down the wicket, and that's a bit more of a hoik, and it loops agonisingly over Simon Harmer at wide mid-wicket, and they pick up a single. Almost as though he was about to change his mind there, Brown, and then decided, actually, I've got to go through with the shot, and it looped agonisingly out of the grasp of Simon Harmer, just over his hand, and they pick up a single. Brings Fuller down onto strike. Field well spread here for Essex. Hampshire have done the job here. They've got rid of 2 of the close fielders. The man still in at forward short leg, as Lawrence is into Fuller, and Fuller just plays from the crease up to long on and comes through for a single. 127 for 7.
So Keith Barker, the only man out this morning, but quite a few runs added. I think it was a partnership in the end of 48 for the for that wicket. We're just closing in on the 50 stand, which would have been quite impressive in the context of what's gone before. That's right, 48 it was.
Here's Lawrence in again, and Brown again is down the wicket and working that one away to wide mid-wicket. Tumbling stop from Simon Harmer prevents the single. Good piece of bowling, good piece of fielding. End of the over, 127 for 7.
So why is Simon Harmer getting less bounce? Well, of course he was bowling with the newer ball, and that must be part of the Hampshire thinking to try and get this ball older. Yesterday, Glenn, it looked a different game in the afternoon when Essex were batting against the older ball than in the morning when the Hampshire seamers were posing quite a considerable threat. So Hampshire have to try and take a leaf from the Essex resistance of yesterday, led by Shane Snater, and try and do something a little bit similar. Deficit 111, so if Hampshire can get this down to 50, it gets them back into the game with some sort of a chance. If Essex can get rid of them quite quickly now, I think they're going to be in a very dominant position as Harmer bowls, and off the back foot, which is just played by Fuller, into the covers, and there is no runs picked up by Sam Cook. So the weather this morning is going southwest to northeast. It's hit Northampton and Nottingham, where have had delay starts. Also a delay start at Worcester, but they're going to be playing soon, which is played off the back foot, and again out towards backward point Cook, and there's no run. And it's clearly also affected Headingley. So the situation here, most of the rain is going to the west of us, but it may well get to us early afternoon, so we could have a little bit of an interruption in the afternoon session. But bright sunshine now. It's played off the back foot again, out to Cook at the backward point, and there's no run. But Fuller is settling in. He's on 9, Brown 29, 127 for 7.
Yeah, look at the pictures at Trent Bridge. They've got the big covers on, the big covers on, and it looks very, very dark there as well. Seeing some pictures on social media.
Here's Harmer bowls, and it's played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. 127 for 7, just the 1 wicket this morning. That's of Keith Barker, who played in typical Keith Barker fashion, looking to counter-attack. But here's a hit in the air. This is going up towards Cook, and it's very well caught. It was a miscue, but it looked like he might have got away with it. But Cook, coming from backward point towards more of a cover point, in the end diving forward, got hold of that and has dismissed James Fuller for 9. It was love to see a replay of that, because in the end I think he was trying to drive it down the ground, but it's just sort of come off the sort of top half of the bat, but it looked like it was falling safe for a while. But unluckily for Hampshire and for Fuller, it's been taken by Cook, who's had all the fielding involvement in that over, and eventually a very significant involvement. So that's the end of Fuller. 5 wickets for Harmer, and to say, I think the smart money is on that he'll double his wickets for the season in this game. He started on 12, he's now on 17, with at least an innings to come.
Yeah, you say the top half of the bat. I was thinking it was also towards the toe end of the bat as well, which is why it looped more than anything, and the fact it didn't come off the bat with any pace at all gave Cook time to adjust his feet, because his weight was on his left foot, so he had to move away to his right, and in the end falling and diving and makes a really good catch. But the fact he didn't get enough of the bat on it meant it was more loopy than anything, and a good catch in the end. And 6 now for Simon Harmer, 127 for 8, so the deficit's still 111 runs, and that does bring Kyle Abbott to the wicket.
You see, my thought of yesterday, they might get a standing ovation. No one was paying attention to that, because they've been remembering 2019. So might get a standing ovation for a different reason if he ends up with an unbeaten 100. 127 for 8, but the deficit for Hampshire is too much at the moment. 111 on this pitch, and it's going to be Harmer to bowl to Abbott, 3 round the bat, and he just plays it down to short leg, and there's no run. So BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, or at BBC Essex Sport on social media, or at Solent Sport if you'd like to get in touch with us. 127 for 8 and 29 to Ben Brown, who really has played well. Kyle Abbott has no score, and I think in the end Essex will be quite pleased with the 2 wickets they've got, even though they've been a bit expensive this morning.
So I will leave you, Nick, and Kevin will come back in, having just updated BBC Solent listeners and seen the fall of that wicket.
Dan Lawrence will continue. Harmer's latest figures are actually 6 for 43. I'm miscounting. 6 for 43. So that gives him 18 wickets for the season. So he's actually increased by 50% his overall haul now. And say, you think power to add, and he could easily end up with something like 14 or 15 in the game. It's going to be Lawrence to bowl, and Ben Brown gives him the charge and hits him away over long off, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nicely placed. Once he cleared the man at mid-off quite deep, Shane Snater, that was always odds on that was going to reach the boundary. There is a man back on the long-on boundary, but that was far too straight for him, and played away pretty impressively. So 131 for 8, deficit down to 107. So Brown, who's played very well, 33 from 58 balls. Just a short leg for Lawrence. As a reverse sweep, sends that away. That's going to be 4 more, nicely executed. And, well, Kevin, does it just tell us everything, the fact that Lawrence is bowling ahead of the 2 seamers, the 2 other seamers?
Well, I think it says everything about Baird and also about Snater, really. I mean, they had absolutely no control, did they, last night, really, in an innings that was going nowhere. And it was a bit of a let-off for Hampshire. I just don't think Simon Harmer trusts either of them. And Cook went for a few this morning, didn't he?
Yes, 135 for 8. Here's Lawrence again, twirl of the arms, bowls to Brown, and Brown will take a single out towards deep back square leg. Yes, it's a curious thing when you analyse this score of 135 for 8, and you think that probably none of the Essex seamers have been at their best, because I think Cook will be slightly annoyed with the runs he conceded this morning, a little bit more than he's used to, really.
He bowled well last night, didn't he?
He did.
I mean, you know, fabulous figures going into this morning, 2 for 12 from 6, and you know, he had a hold there, and it was a perfect combination, wasn't it, for a while with Harmer at this end. But when Baird came on and when Snater was on, they leaked runs.
So here is Lawrence again, and it's just played away up towards mid-wicket, slightly awkwardly there by Abbott. And John, I think I did mention Sam Cook was doing all the fielding, but you just wanted me to distinguish it was Sam Cook who took the catch. Yeah, backward point. He'd actually done the fielding throughout the over, funnily enough, and eventually he took the catch. So got a leg gully and a short leg, as this is just played defensively by Abbott into the offside, and there's no run. And Steve's been in touch and said you had your first visit to the season to Chelmsford yesterday and had a marvellous time. Amazing weather, amazing cricket, and a lovely atmosphere, and well done to everyone concerned at the club. So glad you had a good day, Steve. Probably the most interesting day of the season so far, which is played off the back foot by Abbott, goes down towards deep backward point, but you feel that Hampshire are negotiating Lawrence fairly well at the moment. If you look at the over, there's been 10 runs from it, 137 for 8 with deficit 101. I say it was Sam Cook. I say it was involved, I think, with the first 3 deliveries at backward point. The ball played to him, and then the miscue, and he took a good catch, just had to move a little bit, took it low down, and that was enough to see the back of James Fuller. 137 for 8.
Well, there's no real turn for Lawrence, is there, really? And no real bounce. So, you know, and Harmer's not getting the same as he got last night. You know, forget that Hampshire have actually managed to score a few runs off him this morning. I think just generally, when they've played off the back foot, the bounce hasn't quite been there for Harmer this morning. It's just amazing, isn't it? Different day, slightly different conditions, and all of a sudden Harmer looks playable. It's a cut away by Abbott, but only as far as Cook at point.
I just wonder if it's the bounce with a slightly older ball not being as much. He could open the bowling in the second innings in that case.
Yes.
Wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Still 3 men round the back. The Harmer comes in and bowls to Abbott. Abbott's forward. That pushes it into the gap at extra cover, and Abbott moves on to 238 for 8. Unfortunately, the damage was done last night with Hampshire starting at 68 for 6. When you look at it this morning, you think, well, actually, this is just playable. This is okay, but for a good hour last night, it looked unplayable with Harmer bowling, and I'm afraid that's where the damage has been done. As Harmer comes in and bowls to Brown. Brown plays that into the ground. No single there. He doesn't want Abbott to face. They could have taken one because Snater has come off the deep backward square leg boundary. Ben Brown has decided that he's going to face a bit more of Harmer, who's halfway through his 14th here. Harmer bowls. Flighted and well forward there, Brown, even though it turned a fraction. Kept it on the ground. It's amazing, isn't it? I find this unbelievable how we turned up this morning and you think, well, I mean, Hampshire will be all out by now. And yet Harmer hasn't quite got the same hold. It's long ball. Oh, and has he edged that through to the keeper? He has. And Brown doesn't look particularly pleased, throws his bat up in the air. Whether the bat hit the pad or what, I don't know. There was obviously some sort of sound out there, and he's been adjudged to being caught behind. And Brown goes for 38, 138 for 9 now, and Harmer has 6 for. 7 for.
7, yes. Like struggling to keep up with the number of wickets he's taken, and I say he seems to be on for about 14 or 15 in this game. 7 for 44, and yeah, Brown obviously feeling annoyed about that. It may well be that it did just be bat on to pad maybe there, and well, he obviously was very disgruntled, and that's a big moment because the way Brown was playing, he didn't look to be in a lot of trouble this morning. Played really well, and he's got 38, but it still leaves Hampshire 100 behind, which you feel is too many. So it's a big moment for Essex because, you know, Abbott certainly can stick in there with the bat, and if they had managed to get that lead down to 50, 55, 60, something like that, it would have made a considerable difference. But as it is, the last pair together, and the deficit's still 100. And as you mentioned, that resistance from Essex yesterday afternoon looking very significant now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can see sort of into the semi-permanent marquee where the Hampshire players are changing, and Just caught a glimpse of Ben Brown walking into it. He didn't look very happy, I think it's fair to say.
No, it's one of those where it'd be nice to have our video screen working, but it would have been an interesting one to see. Yes, sometimes those decisions can go against a batsman where it might have been just bat brushing pad or something like that. So, yeah, that's a good moment for Essex at this point.
Well, you'd think with Harmer taking all 3 wickets this morning that it's business as usual, but it hasn't really. He's picked up 3 wickets, but
yeah.
He's not, as I say, he's not getting the same turn and bounce that he was last night. Comes in again and bowls to Bradwell this time, who's right back on his stumps, plays that into the ground. Fielded at short leg, into the over. Quite right, a good round of applause for the South African off spinner. Hampshire 138 for 9, Harmer 7 for 44. You always look for positives. And in the last time Hampshire played here, in 2019, where they got absolutely trounced, Harmer got 7 for 38, so they're not quite as good a figures as those at the moment.
No, but I think he ended up 12 in the match last time, didn't he? And I think he'll probably end up with more than that this time. He's certainly on course to, get 14, 15, maybe even more. And yeah, I think Essex would have probably banked that they would have taken 3 wickets by this point, called it a 12, given the fact that it was so successful late yesterday. But maybe Hampshire have scored a few more runs than they might have reckoned with. But they'll probably take 68 for 6 to 138 for 9, because it looks like they're going to get this significant lead that the batsman can then look to build on. Won't be straightforward, of course, at all, but sort of lead on this pitch is really, really significant, you feel. Still going to be Lawrence with a short mid-wicket, short fine leg mid-wicket, and this is hit away by Abbott in the air, probably safe, going up towards extra cover, miscued, but they're going to get back for 2 runs, and 140 for 9, takes the deficit down to 98, and Abbott along to 4. So playing at the Oval, which is bad news for Kent, because Surrey haven't lost a wicket. 508 for 5. Sam Curran 73, who's improving as a batsman all the time it seems, and Will Jacks 41. So that could be 700. It really could. And then I suspect it's going to be trying to get rid of Ben Compton from Surrey's point of view. And once they've done that, they'll feel much more happy with things. 140 for 9 have been going at 5 and over throughout that. Lawrence bowls, and this is lofted away down the ground by Abbott up towards long on and over for 6. Good hit, and they have managed to capitalise on Dan Lawrence here, who's now bowled 3 overs and 2 balls for 31, so it's probably an experiment that hasn't worked.
Well, no, I mean, if you take Harmer out of the equation, we've actually got a normal game going on here. It's just because, Hampshire aren't finding the other bowlers too much trouble.
146 for 9. That was a good clean hit. Long on briefly interested, but yes, Hampshire will be ruining the fact that Ben Brown's back in the hutch now. And here, this is Abbott hitting it in the air, safe. It was a miscue, just wide of Nick Brown. Goes out towards deep backward point. There's Aaron Beard, and there's a couple of runs. So I suppose anything here is a bonus to try and eat into this deficit, which is now 90. So my thought, Kevin, was if they get it down to 50. Could just give the bowlers something to work with.
Well, I agree, but Harmer this morning hasn't looked anywhere near as dangerous. So yeah, 50 behind is actually not the end of the world.
He's still taken all the wickets to fall. Here, this is Abbott. It was a lovely clean strike from Carl Abbott. That really is good, and it goes pretty straight and for 6. So it means that Lawrence in this over now. 2626, that's the 150, and well, I mean, we're going to have a situation here where Tom Wesley might even bowl himself, or is he going to have to go for one of the other seamers, because I think Lawrence is just proving too expensive. I mean, he might buy a wicket here, but I mean, these are valuable runs for Hampshire in the context of proceedings. 154 for 9.
They're not far off scoring 100 runs this morning. We've only had 48 minutes worth of play. It's absolutely unbelievable. 68 for 6 this morning. And it's 35th over of the innings. You wouldn't think that they've been in all sorts of trouble. The scoring rate is unbelievable.
It's just a 9 in the wickets column, that's the problem. 2626, Abbott 18, and Wheel hasn't scored. And well, does Kyle Abbott look for the single to try and take Harmer. Let's see what he might do here.
Replacement ball, yeah.
Had to do that. It was a very big hit.
He knew it straight away as well, isn't he? He didn't even follow the path of the ball. As soon as he hit it, he just turned around. That must be a lovely feeling.
So it's going to be Lawrence from the Hayes close end.
Look at that field.
He may have gone for 16, but he's still be looking for a wicket here. He bowls, and Abbott, this is hit away in the air, wide of long on, between long on and deep mid wicket for, I think it's another 6. This time the ball will be retrieved because it's only just hit the boundary boards, but what, 2-6, 2-6-6. Can't remember Carl ever being this big a hitter, but yeah, it's a pretty impressive over from him.
Well, to be fair, you don't have to be a massive hitter here, do you, straight? But
no.
Even so, they are good hits. I mean, look at that field for a side that are 9 down.
Lawrence bowls, and Abbott here takes the single with a squeezed out shot down towards deep backward point, Aaron Beard. So what have we got there? 23, I make it, from the over, with 3 sixes. A couple of 2s and a single, so Abbott 25, and he's managed to keep the strike, so 161 for 9, and the deficit now down to 77. So all we can say from Hampshire's point of view is another over like that. They're down to that sort of 50 mark we were talking about. I mean, very spirited performance by Hampshire this morning in a difficult situation. 161 for 9.
It's entertaining, isn't it? My word, it is. And I think, will he play the same way, Harmer? Won't be easy, even if he does take the same route. Rich Lloyd says he's only just tuned in. Is the weather looking like? Is it bad because it's hammering down in Buckinghamshire? It looks like it's raining most places, but not here.
Yeah,
we're okay.
Partly cloudy, but there could be rain this afternoon. Looking at the radar.
Yeah. 3 men still around the bat for Abbott, even though he's playing very positively indeed. And it's Harmer then, over the wicket. Bowls, Abbott on the back foot, and just steers that down towards the 3rd man. I think that was an arm ball there from Harmer. Abbott gets a thick outside edge as it doesn't quite make the boundary, but he'll pick up 2, and he moves on to 27 from just 13 balls. 163 for 9. Nobody can say Hampshire are boring here.
No.
Deficit is 75 now. Here's Harmer, bowls, fly it in, and Abbott does go for the big one. Has he got hold of it? He hasn't. He's going to be caught a deep mid wicket, and he does, and that is the end of Abbott. And that is caught by Aaron Baird in front of the pavilion, in front of the Hampshire players' changing rooms, actually. And Abbott goes for 27. Hampshire all out for 163. The deficit on the first innings is at 75. And Hampshire, in that 50 minutes of play, have actually added 95 runs for their last 4 wickets.
Showing that, I say, the pitch is one that's conducive to entertainment. I think still a little bit too much in it for the spinner on the first day, but this is certainly a better cricket wicket as for a spectacle for the fans than the first 3 that we saw here. In that the batsman can make a contribution, even though certainly it's been in favour of the bowlers so far. And well, there you are, another tremendous performance from Simon Harmer. He's going to finish here with 8 for 46. And, well, you just wonder how many wickets he's going to take in this match. And it's interesting that Carl Abbott was the man out, and we were referring to Carl Abbott's 17-wicket match. Done so on a couple of occasions recently. In fact, during this game, of course, that was such a key game for Essex in the sense that Hampshire beat Somerset to really set up the Essex in the end championship with the rain-affected game at Taunton. So it could be that Simon Harmer will be in similar territory to Carl Abbott if things carry on as they are, particularly with the other seamers bowling so little. The actual Essex bowling figures are quite interesting reading in the context of all this. Sam Cook, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 28. Just had an expensive over this morning, but bowled pretty well last night. And Snater, 6 overs for 27, and Beard, 2 overs for 1. That might look good, but in actual fact, as Kevin would agree, his line wasn't right and wasn't particularly threatening the stumps as he would have wanted to. And then you've got Dan Lawrence, 4 overs for 46. So I'm not sure that's going to prove significant in the long term in this game, but those figures obviously are not probably what he would have wanted. And then Simon Harmer, 14 overs and 2 balls, 3 maidens, 8 for 46. And his economy rate just suffered a little bit this morning, thanks to Keith Barker, particularly, as Hampshire decided to try and take the attack to him, and say, with partial success. But the key thing was that Harmer kept taking wickets, and a very spirited performance indeed by Hampshire this morning. But they have been bowled out for 163. They are facing a very challenging deficit of 75 runs on a pitch like this. And I suspect, Kevin, their only realistic hope is to make very similar inroads in the top order as they did yesterday morning.
Yeah, I mean, Dawson doesn't get quite the same purchase and bounce that Harmer did, but for me, Harmer wasn't as threatening today. Now, you could argue when the batters are playing as positively as they did this morning, then maybe that was a factor, but I think actually Harmer wasn't getting the same bounce as last night. So Hampshire slightly overreacted this morning. Maybe not, because the damage was done last night in losing 6 wickets for just 68. You know, Harmer for me this morning was not unplayable.
No.
Last night for 45 minutes for an hour he was unplayable. And it was very, very difficult indeed. So, you know, the deficit of 75 on the first innings, at first glance, I don't think looks too bad. But I also think that, you know, if Harmer got that pace, that bounce and turn that he did last night, at any point now, between now and the end of the game, then Hampshire are history. But, you know, he's playable now. If it stays the way it is, and, you know, he is playable, it's just now how many Essex can get in front.
Innings all over in 35 overs and 2 balls. That'll be one of the shorter Hampshire innings of recent time, because actually, you know, they scored at quite a good rate, particularly this morning. And worth mentioning that Kyle Abbott's 27 came in 14 balls and 3 sixes in 1 over from Dan Lawrence. Keith Barker started things this morning with his 24 from 33, 1 6 and 3 4s. He took the attack to Harmer through the leg side, but then Wesley countered that by blocking off that shot, getting him to reverse sweep, and the second time he did that he was bowled by Harmer for 24. And certainly a mention for Ben Brown, who sort of held things together and was pretty impressive for his 38 with 5 4s, but a little bit annoyed when he was given out, caught behind by Rossington off Harmer. Obviously felt he hasn't touched it. He threw the bat up in the air, and that was just an indication. Obviously he felt that he hadn't got a touch to that one and felt suitably aggrieved. Brad Wheel was not out, naught, and to say Harmer's figures, just to repeat them, 8 for 46 in 14 overs and 2 balls. Hampshire 163 all out, and they trail by 75 runs. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent were online by the BBC Sport app. Nick Gledhill, Glenn Speller and Kevin James with you on this second morning at Chelmsford, and we will have a resumption of play fairly shortly. Just got a few throwdowns going on out there, and it will be interesting to see if Barker and Abbott can make the sort of similar start that they did yesterday morning when Essex were in trouble early on at 16 for 3. They probably need to do that and then try and make sure there's no late order flurry, but at least say a spirited performance by Hampshire this morning, Kevin, and I think probably, you know, calculated aggression and the right way to go.
Yeah, well, they certainly played very positively this morning. Again, you know, plans will have been talked about how to play tomorrow, but this morning. But I think they were based probably on last night, in that, you know, I keep emphasising the point, but he was literally unplayable. Whatever plan the batters had, it just didn't work, and it wasn't surprising. It was very, very difficult out there. I'm just wondering if they may have slightly overreacted this morning, and probably, having decided that's the way they were going to play, played that way anyway. But for me, Harmer didn't look anywhere near as dangerous this morning. He benefited this morning by the fact that Hampshire played more than positive.
So we've had a delayed start at Headingley in the Test match, where England probably just need a session well, certainly the way they've been batting, they're only going to need a session to knock off those runs and secure the 3-0 win. Not too bad in the West Country. So Taunton, they're playing in the Women's Test, which is 4 days, and South Africa have been put in their 39 for 2 at the moment, early on there. And equally in the West Country, they've had play, I think from the start, they had problems with the weather yesterday there in the morning, but they've been playing at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 303 for 8. Zafar Gohar is 45 not out, 3 wickets to the slow left arm of Jack Morley against Lancashire. So it's pretty evenly placed. Evenly poised, that one, just at the moment. Nothing yet at Northampton, at Northants, Warwickshire, and nothing good for Kent at the Oval, because Surrey are 537 for 5, and as I say, looking as though they're going to add considerably more to that. Division 2, nothing yet at Trent Bridge, the weather going through the Midlands from the southwest. No play before lunch, Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. Nottinghamshire 378 for 4. They are playing at Derby, where Derbyshire are 373 for 6, having chosen to bat against Sussex in that one. And see Derbyshire having a very good campaign in the T20, and may well be playing either Essex or Hampshire at a later stage in that competition. And Worcestershire and Glamorgan, which I didn't mention much yesterday at Worcester. Worcestershire 271 all out, and Glamorgan are 51 for 5 in reply in that one. And interestingly, all 5 to Joe Leach. Keep an eye on that. 5 for 31 in 8 overs for Joe Leach, and Glamorgan 51 for 5 against Worcestershire at the moment there. That one going on at Worcester. So the pitch has been rolled, and we're waiting the return of the Hampshire team, and then it's going to be Alistair Cook and Nick Brown. Nick Brown could obviously got that important score at Old Trafford at the start of that match, but he could again probably do another score. And Dan Lawrence missed out notably in the first innings, having been very impressive at Old Trafford. Of course, had that long injury layoff, and he'll be looking to see if he can get himself established. And obviously the Hampshire game plan is to take early wickets, but from the Essex point of view, I suppose, you know, they bat 3 sessions, and that's going to be enough, isn't it, Kevin? You would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought so as well. Do you know what, I'm just sorry, just when you were talking there, I was just adding up Harmer's figures from yesterday and Harmer's figures this morning, and they're actually fairly similar. Last night, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 23. This morning, 6.2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 23.
Yeah, but
it's just the others that have been going for millions.
That's right. I think it was really only Keith Barker that attacked Harmer, wasn't it? And then Harmer managed to get his revenge. So BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us, or at Solent Sport, or at BBC Essex Sport, social media. And at the moment it is dry and partly cloudy, maybe a little bit fresher than yesterday, just a touch. And just a threat of a little bit of an interruption this afternoon with this rain belt that's coming up from the southwest. It's hit the Midlands this morning and might just start to brush Chelmsford early afternoon, but at the moment there is no immediate sign of it, so no immediate danger in that respect. But it's going to be interesting now with Nick Brown and Alistair Cook coming to the crease. Essex would just like to consolidate this position and have these two bat through to lunch, because, as I say, it's going to be a question now of, you think it's accumulation, seeing off the threat of a new ball. Well, no, but Liam Dawson will pose a threat. It'll be interesting to see how quickly Dawson gets on to bowl with the harder new ball. But, 163 for Hampshire this morning, 75 a deficit.
Yes, no, this is going to be interesting, isn't it, really? Barker got Cook out with a really good ball in the first innings. Bit of swing for him, but then the ball stopped swinging for Barker. Be interesting to see if he can get the ball to shape again.
I'll leave the first over with you, Kevin.
It's important Hampshire get away to a good start. It's important Essex do as well, just to really put the pressure on Hampshire. Comes in, and Brown off the back foot steers that into the gap in the covers. That's a nice solid shot from Nick Brown to get the second innings for the home side underway, and a comfortable 3. Essex 3 without loss, and move on to 78 in front.
Yeah, it's a nice back foot force that from Brown. So he played very well at Old Trafford, missed out as a top order generally did here in the first innings, and so he'd like to get a score here. And I guess it's one of those situations where if they can get a start and wickets together, it should get easier for Essex this afternoon, but the chance for Hampshire really is to try and strike back quickly.
Immediately there's an extra cover in now. As Cook faces Barker. Bit of bounce outside the off stump. I think Cook probably just played inside the line there.
Yeah, it's interesting for Nick Brown. I think just before the Old Trafford match, there might have been thought that Paul Walter might have come in as opener, but yeah, just averaging just under 27. He has got 100 and 250, so but I say that the ones he got at Old Trafford were particularly important.
Yeah, bowled by Kyle Abbott in the first innings, not playing a shot to Brown, and Cook gets an inside edge onto the pad as that goes out square on the offside, no run. But cloudy all of a sudden here now.
Yeah, and I say there is a possibility that we might get interruptions. I think most likely this afternoon, looking at the way the radar is tracking, and I've got another indication that the live stream may be down at the moment, so hopefully that will be rectified shortly.
Here comes Barker, and Cook gets an inside edge as he drives. That goes out to mid-wicket, fielded by Fuller. That's a regular occurrence, isn't it? That live feed going down. Apologies. I got a few messages about that yesterday.
DRS at county level, says Jeff. You know, will it ever happen? Referring to the Ben Brown dismissal, of course. Nick Brown is still there, but yeah, the Ben Brown dismissal will be able to get DRS at county level. I suppose when games are the rare occasions that they're televised, you would have.
Barker again then to Cook, and Cook pushes that back past Barker, who doesn't pick it up cleanly. As the ball makes its way up towards the boundary, picks up just inside there Brad Wheel, and there will pick up two to Cook, who's on two now. 3-5 for that loss now. Essex, they lead by 80. I would say it depends on how many cameras that the counties install. I mean,
yes.
Slowly but surely they are across the board, aren't they, making their coverage a little bit more professional, I suppose is the right word. I suppose as they increase the camera numbers, then it'll be easier to do that. Cook's on the back foot, just pushes that into the ground, fielded by Barker on his follow-through. That's the end of the first over of the Essex second innings. 5 without loss, they lead by 80.
Well, I suppose as we get obviously increasing use of live stream, there's a theoretical way in which you could have a third umpire surveying the pictures, assuming the pictures stay there and being able to rewind them. But certainly Ben Brown was not happy with his decision, and it's been that's the nature of it, isn't it? Sometimes you get marginal decisions. What might be for a caught behind, whether it's brushed the pad rather than the bat, or for an LBW, whether it's just outside the line or not. But who knows? That might be something that could come into play with time. So it's going to be Kyle Abbott, who batted with great aplomb this morning, particularly in that over against Dan Lawrence. There's 3 slips and 5 saving 1. He goes round the wicket and bowls, and it's played nicely by Nick Brown. Head over the ball up towards mid-on. So Brown will be hoping that he doesn't suffer a marginal decision like his namesake in the Hampshire side. And so I've got 2 Browns on different sides, but there is a slight difference in the spelling of the name. Of course, Nick Brown has an E at the end of his name, and Ben Brown doesn't, whereas Sam and Alistair, of course, both Cook. Oh, that's a bit of a flashy shot there from Brown, a ball of a pretty good length just outside the off stump from Abbott, and he was going on the square cut there, and he played and missed. So 5 for no wicket. Earlier, Hampshire made 163, and if you remember that the overnight score was 68 for 6, you'll know that they got there in pretty good time. It was very entertaining stuff this morning as Hampshire tried to attack with some success, but Harmer kept taking wickets, got 8. Here's Brown just coming stoically forward and playing that up into the offside, up to cover, and there's no run. Interesting,
Kyle Abbott switched ends as well, isn't it?
Yes.
He said to me yesterday with the breeze and that the Hayes close end was the one for him. And he says, in past years, he's more than happy bowling this end. So I guess either the breeze has changed. I'm not sure there is much of a breeze out there actually. So he's obviously comfortable bowling this end.
So Abbott with 3 slips waiting, bowls, and it's just played defensively from the crease, rolls up towards mid-off, and that's Brad Wheel, and there is no run. We'll see him bowling a little bit later. So we're certainly going to see more seam from Hampshire than we saw from Essex. With Brad Wheel, of course, there was the contribution of Ian Holland, who took 2 wickets in 3 balls yesterday, and perhaps surprisingly didn't bowl in the afternoon session, did he? And then, of course, James Fuller himself in reserve to. I know some of our contributors thought it might have bowled. Here's a flashy drive, but a good shot from Brown. He's got to the pitch of that, driven it away through the covers, and it goes over the rope now in front of the pavilion. Good start from him. Apart from that one loose shot, he's played a couple of good ones, and the first ball of the innings, and now that one hit away for his opening boundary. Nice stroke away, just slightly over pitched, hit away through the covers, and Brown has 7, and Essex building on his lead of 75 and 9 without loss.
What sort of total do you think Essex only have to get to, Nick, to be reasonably comfortable?
As Abbott goes around the wicket and bowls, and that's outside the off stump and left alone. You could see on the evidence of yesterday's play, the declaration could come any time, but in all seriousness, they would obviously. This is going to be the game plan is going to be to try and see off, Abbott and Barker, and negotiate Dawson. And I mean, I think you would have thought that if they can get certainly to 200, 250, certainly they'd be pretty pleased with that. I mean, they would like to, I think, probably say if we get the same score we got in the first innings, that will probably satisfy us.
Oh, yeah, that's loads. Barker from the Hayes Close end to Sir Alistair Cook. Cook works that away through mid-wicket past a diving James Fuller. I don't think he's going to get there, having got up. Gives that one up. And that'll be 4 runs to Alistair Cook. Takes him on to 6, and the Essex total to 13 without loss. The lead is 88.
Essex batting in positive fashion as well, and it's interesting because apart from the fact there was a little bit too much for the spinners yesterday, this has actually been a pretty good cricket wicket comparison to the 3 we saw earlier on, in that there is value for strokes. Yeah,
there doesn't seem to be much swing there for Barker as there was in the first innings. That's a lovely straight drive there from Cook. As Abbott runs after that one, so does Brad Wheel, and Abbott, he went to slide that back and just missed. Hit the boundary boards as well, which pleased 1 or 2 of the home fans in front of us. I guess that was more the fall rather than Abbott hitting the boundary board.
Well, they don't want to see the Essex player of the month for September 2019 being injured, do they?
Got to look after him. He
yes,
might do the same.
Absolutely.
He might do the same job for you guys later in the summer. 17 without those. How short memories the people here. 92 the lead now. Comes Barker. Definitely got more overcast, but it's okay. This keeps a little low, but Cook is forward, plays that up to mid-on, no run.
Yes, and good start from Alistair Cook. Got those 2 centuries, of course, in the one match against Yorkshire. And he's sort of mix of very big scores and 1 or 2 low ones, but that's often the way. But still, clearly with a great appetite for scoring runs.
Oh, he does, doesn't he, actually? Doesn't look any different, does he, really? Doesn't give it away still, does he? That's flicked away down towards fine leg. That's fielded by Felix Organ. Cook moves on to 11, 18 without loss.
And we were just talking about the fact that the Essex second leading run scorer of the season only has 312 runs. And he's a long way, that's Wesley, a long way behind Cook, who is... he is now, he's 11 not out. Let's just have a look at, I reckon he's gone past 500, or he's about to get to 500 championship runs for the season. I think he needs 1 to get to that.
Okay. Barker again. And that's Brown who's in behind that, pushes that up to mid-off.
Yeah, he's on 499 at the moment, so that's a pretty good return inside 7 games. In theory, he's on course for 1,000 runs if he can carry on at that sort of rate. Certainly if he can get 200s in the same game, but 3 centuries of 50, averaging just under 50, and say, about to hit 500 championship runs for the campaign.
It's pretty decent. After this, you're halfway through your campaign, aren't you, I think?
That's right.
Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump there. That ball just straight to deflection there on Brown as it went through to the other Brown behind the stumps. 18 without loss. Essex in their second innings. They lead Hampshire overall by 93.
Yeah, Essex have a game in hand, which it's only going to be significant if they can go to the Oval and win, for to win this game. They've got two home championship matches in July against Gloucestershire and Somerset, but if they're going to mount any sort of serious challenge towards the top of the table, they simply have to beat Surrey, because Surrey is going to get enough points from the other games. And probably too much to ask. You can't really, even with a game in hand on Surrey, with a 51-point gap, it's probably too much to claw in the space of 7 games. But they do have that 1 game in hand at the moment. And winning here would be a start as Abbott bowls, and this is played confidently off the back foot up towards Wheel at mid-off. But yes, I mean, let's say, from a spectacle point of view, this is a much better pitch than any of the previous 3. But probably a little bit too much on offer for the spinners on day 1 of a 4-day game. But certainly runs have flowed at times. Been value for shots. We've also seen the new ball being particularly effective for Hampshire yesterday morning. Abbott goes round the wicket and bowls, and compactly forward comes Cook and plays up to Gubbins at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a lot for Abbott out there at the moment, having switched ends. I wonder if he might go back to the Hayes Close end later. Got a little bit more, didn't he? Got a little bit more out the track from that end. But a few more that nip back.
18 for no wicket. Earlier, Hampshire conceding a first innings deficit of 75, bowled out for 163. This is driven away down the ground, but it's going to be stopped by Barker at mid-on, but a nice shot from Cook, collects single.
Are they going to celebrate every run that Cook scores in front of us?
Well, it's quite a partisan, certainly they're cheering everything out there. And perhaps the most partisan crowd of the season was the one against Surrey on Friday night here.
Was it?
That was quite lively. The Surrey players certainly knew when things had gone wrong, that they'd got out, for example, or made any mistakes. As Abbott bowls, and this is played from the crease just defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think one of my enduring memories of T20 Friday nights here was a while ago, Ronnie Irani. Didn't he take a catch in the deep or something, either to end the game or it was pretty close to the end? He did a lap of honour.
Yes.
After the catch.
Well, that was,
I don't know if you remember or you were here.
Well,
and it was just unbelievable.
Yeah, he'd sometimes play to the crowd, Ronnie. And
they lapped it up.
Remarkable plan for Essex, and this is chopped to work the back foot. Good looking shot up towards Gubbins at cover. One thing that Essex have missed at the moment is someone in the top 6 who can, is a genuine seaman. Now, obviously, Paul Walter, has been, but doesn't tend to bowl many overs now. But of course, they did have Irani as a top 6 batsman who could open the bowling. And he peaked earlier as a bowler than as a batsman. But my word, gave great value to Essex over a good long period. Here's Abbott with 2 slips waiting bowls, and that's maybe just a little bit of movement there, and to have Brown slightly cautiously pushing forward into the onside, and it's 19 for no wicket.
Well, this wicket looks pretty dead for the seamers at the moment, and I'm including Cook in that this morning. There doesn't seem to be too much there with the new ball, certainly not for Abbott. Barker looks as though he's just got 1 or 2 to straighten a fraction to the left-handers, but playing the seamers at the moment looks okay.
Absolutely, and Essex will feel quite comfortable building on this lead of 75, now worth 94. And obviously Hampshire have to try and find a way of getting a couple of wickets before lunch.
Yeah, 40 minutes, just over 40 minutes till lunch as Barker comes in and bowls, and Cook drives pleasantly up to mid-off. Nothing wrong with that shot, is there? That's just a push forward drive, and that's about as good as it gets. Straight to the fielder, though.
Certainly there seems to be less on offer for the Hampshire bowlers than there was first thing yesterday morning when there seemed to be quite a lot there, and there's a bit of playing and missing as well. Quite a lot of movement there wasn't there? Swing.
Yeah, Barker was getting some nice shape to the left-handers, wasn't he? Good ball that got Cook out, third slip. Caught by Ian Holland. Here he is again and bowls. Cook gets one that keeps a little low, pushes that up to mid-off again. Not quite in the same style as the ball before.
But Essex in a nice situation here where, because of the sort of the pace at which the game has proceeded, obviously ever since yesterday lunchtime the scoring rate has been very quick in the game, and it means that they can now settle in and bat not quite as long as they want to, but they could bat if they did well into tomorrow afternoon, even to tea time tomorrow.
Yeah, there is all the time in the world. As Barker bowls again, and Cook works that to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. That's Organ. I think it might be in Holland, actually. In fact, it might even be neither. No, it is in Holland.
Yeah.
No third slip for Barker this morning, which probably reflects the fact that the game situation, as much as the fact that he's not finding the same swing in the air. That's why Holland's at mid-wicket. More of a run-saving defensive position. Here's Barker bowls, and Cook cuts that away on the back foot. Hasn't really timed it. It'll get close to the boundary, but won't go all the way. Gubbins slides into that. They'll pick up 3. Cook moves on to 15, and Essex 22 without loss. Ian East at Sohn Sports says it's got to be worth just throwing Dawson and Organ on pretty soon. I'm sure they will. They're hardly Simon Harmer, nobody is, but it feels like the only chance. Essex can't get more than 160 at absolute max, so that 160 and add on the lead of 75. Yeah, that's right. As I say, Harmer didn't look as dangerous this morning as he did last night, so there's probably a little leeway there somewhere along the line. It hits him on the back, Brown, as it goes through to Ben Brown. It's an attempted bouncer there from Barker, which really didn't get up. Just flicked his back on the way through.
Yeah, you don't often see that, but no harm in terms of bat or gloves from Brown's point of view. Just slight indignity of perhaps a bit of soreness there with where the ball bounced.
Towards the end of Barker's over, in fact, he's got one more ball left of his third. Conceded 17 so far. Comes in, bit of sunshine here for a little first time for a while as Brown solidly pushes that up towards mid-off end of the over. Brown has 7, Cook has 15. The lead is 97.
And Essex, I think, overall will be pretty satisfied now with the morning. Although they conceded a few more runs than they would have liked, bowled Hampshire out and starting to lay a solid platform, a lead of 97. And as I say, it could be that get a few players in who maybe could do with a knock and a score, and looking to bat time and basically shut Hampshire out of the game. That's going to be the game plan.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Felix Organ's going to come on very early here.
Raining in London, says Glenn at the back.
Yeah. So Felix Organ, I think in this situation where Vince just wants to try as many options as possible, given the fact that the seamers are not having obviously an immediate impact here.
It's interesting that Organ gets first use of this end. The
Yeah.
end that Harmer's been bowling, and Dawson bowled this end. Whenever the spinners were used, in fact Felix Organ got the far end for just 1 over, and yet he's getting first use, and against the left-handers as well, which is quite interesting. He has a slip and a gully as well.
Yeah.
Can he get the same amount of turn and bounce? I don't think he will, but I don't think anybody will, as it's played back to him by Cook, and there is no. I don't think there's anybody alive that would have got what Simon Harmer got out of this pitch last night.
Yeah. 5 wickets for Organ so far. A season average of 32.
Yeah, he's used sparingly. Comes in and bowls, and Cook just pushes forward out towards extra cover, no run.
And economy rate not too bad, under 3s.
Yes. Sunshine gets a little stronger. I don't think he'll be out for long though. takes his time here. Comes in and bowls. It's flighted and that's driven. That's half stopped and extra cover. They will come through for one anyway. Good stop by Gubbins. 23 without loss. Cook moves on to 16. Phil Webb's trying to find some positive news from a Hampshire point of view. Solent Sports says Lauren Bell has just taken her first test wicket. The Southern Vipers pace bowler. Great for her. It's England against South Africa in Taunton.
Yeah, they've avoided the worst of the weather down in the West Country this morning, so that's good news for that game.
Brown on strike. Organ just really takes his time between balls here. Very measured walk into his action. That's a low full toss, which is flicked away by Brown. There is a deep mid wicket. That is Fuller coming in off the rope. Brown moves on to 8, 24 without loss, and that lead now is 99. First innings lead overall was 75 when Hampshire were bowled out for... I haven't written that down. I'll have a look. How many were Hampshire bowled out for?
Yeah, 163.
163. Oh, that's a caught. Is it behind? He's gone. And that is Alistair Cook again. Has gone cheaply. He's gone for 16 and Organ has picked it up and has caught in the gully, I think it was. I have to say, I wasn't quite looking at that moment. So Nick might help me out on that one.
Well, I think
24 for 1.
I think it was Vince at slip, but yeah, it was a ball that just what they would have wanted when they actually brought on Felix Organ, because obviously he's got two left-handers, so I can actually see obviously why that was done. And obviously just got a little bit of turn, so anything that Simon Harmer can do, Felix Organ can come on and do straight away. And Vince there at slip, sort of juggled it. It looked like he might have put it down at one point, but he managed to keep hold of it. And that's obviously, from a Hampshire point of view, pretty much an essential wicket, I would say. You know, you do not want Alistair Cook batting through the day. And it just means now that, obviously, Tom Wesley, I thought, batted really nicely. Should just mention, you know, Wesley, in that first innings, batting through a really tough period from the Essex point of view, made 46 with 6 fours. It's not an outstanding score by his standards, but I'll tell you what, that was a really important innings in the context of this first inning lead of 75. And here he is now coming in to join Nick Brown. But Vince will be relieved, having made the decision to put Organ on, that he's backed his bowler up by hanging on to the catch.
Agreed. Yeah, at the second attempt, you're right. Yeah, I've just watched it. Of course, as well as being on BBC Online, we're also on the live picture feed as well, which is going on the Essex Cricket website and also going back to the Hampshire Cricket website. So you will have had a few chances, if you're watching the picture feed, to have a look at that. And Alistair Cook out driving outside of the off stump. Andrew Jackson has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says the Essex commentator, that's Nick, is gleefully describing the number of wickets that Harmer will get. I don't blame him, I would do as well. Is there a chance of a points deduction, says Andrew Jackson in West Moors? Points deduction?
Well, I suppose there won't be many congratulatory telegrams coming from the ECB pitch liaison, because obviously they want pitches that have been more like the ones that Essex have probably provided earlier this season. But this is a much better spectacle for the crowd.
It is.
I would say it probably did a bit too much for the spinners on day one.
Yeah, no, I agree. So as Nick says, Wesley played quite nicely yesterday afternoon. Allowed that sort of late positivity from Shane Snater and co. 133 they put on for their last 3 wickets. My word, how important is that? As well as Harmer's bowling. 3 men around the bat as Organ comes in and Wesley comes down the wicket. Oh, and he's caught a short leg. That's stuck. How on earth did that stick? He drove it. It went straight into Donald's midriff and somehow it stuck there. And then Wesley has gone first ball. Not quite James Vince-esque, although he did take a pace down the pitch. But Wesley has gone, and 24 without loss is now 24 for 2.
So we are seeing that obviously there is still some assistance there for other spinners, and I suspect we're going to see quite a lot of Dawson and Organ bowling together for Hampshire. As I say, it's a very spin-friendly pitch. We saw obviously there was some help for Hampshire with a new ball yesterday morning, but since then it really has been about spinners, particularly of course Simon Harmer, but now Felix Organ getting in on the and Hampshire needed those wickets because the deficit is just on 199, and you know, they've got to find a way of knocking Essex over today, essentially, and you know, they've taken 2 prize wickets, and if they can get Lawrence cheaply, You know, they'll feel that they're, you know, quite a long way. Now, they then have to make sure there isn't a repeat of, obviously, Snater and co, because that will be really damaging. But been an intriguing morning's play, and as I say, you know, the pitch itself, it's a much better spectacle. We've seen boundaries, we've seen obviously very high quality spin bowling. The only, you know, if my honest opinion about Essex is the pitch they played on at Old Trafford, which is a really good wicket, is probably sort of like the ideal surface for them, and they haven't quite been able to replicate that here. It's obviously either been too flat or perhaps too spin friendly, but you'd rather see something like this from a spectacle point of view.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more. And entertainment is an entertainment business, of course, but there is a fine line between that and, of course, producing a pitch which... well, anyway, I'll let you make up your own minds. I've got to do a quick update.
And there's probably a Felix Organ hat-trick ball for you coming up shortly.
Shall I risk it? I'll just risk this ball at the wrath of my radio station.
That's not at you, of course, we've now got on you over. But it won't be long, because Liam Dawson is going to bowl, which I'm not surprised at. Well, it's interesting, 24 for 2. There's plenty to talk about. And I say, to be honest, those first 3 games, you could admire the batting, but what was there much else to talk about? This is played off the back foot by Brown. The first ball from Dawson, who's now bowling at the Hayes close end. He bowled at the river end, of course, in the first innings. And this is going to be intriguing. Slightly different situation now. Hampshire can put men around the bat, 3 round the bat. 99 is the lead. Dawson bowls, and Brown pops it just past short leg. Ooh, not by far. And it rolls out towards deep square. So, yeah, this would be almost like an ideal pitch if it had been good for batting for, you know, a day and a half, 2 days. And this was now, if you like, day 3 rather than day 2. But as I say, obviously tough to absolutely replicate the sort of pitch Essex would ideally want and would, you know, keep everybody happy from the ECB perspective. But as I say, if you want to come and watch a spectacle, an interesting game, absorbing struggle, where the batsmen still have a chance to prosper if they can play their strokes, then this very much is it. Lead of 100, 25 for 2. And it's going to be Dawson to bowl round the wicket to Dan Lawrence, who missed out first time. As I say, unless there are injuries, he's probably quite a long way from the England Test side just at the moment. There's 2 slips waiting, and Dawson bowls. He just props forward and plays defensively into the offside. Typically, he plays himself in, Dan Lawrence. I wouldn't expect him to be too rash and too ambitious early on here. We want to see what the Hampshire spinners are doing. 2 spinners and a short extra. 2 slips and a short extra as Dawson bowls, and that's uppish. Would have gone very close to a gully had there been one. Bit of bounce there from Dawson and played awkwardly by Lawrence. 25 for 2. And welcome back to Glenn.
Just looking at the Essex Twitter feed after that wicket of Tom Wesley, a little bit understated their reaction to a superb catch.
Is Dawson bowling, and Lawrence uses his feet. Good shot, probably for 2. Out towards deep mid wicket. The fielder's got there now. It's a good actually intervention there, because it saved a second run. Quite a lot of ground to cover. Just the one for Lawrence, and he gets off the mark, and it's 26 for 2.
It's a good call from Nick Brown to send Dan Lawrence back. The Essex feed says Wesley goes without score after being caught by Donald off Organ. Complete understatement. Okay, sometimes you'll be fortunate that they stick, but you've still got to have the reactions and to hold on to it.
Yes, here is Dawson again over the wicket, bowls, and just put off the back foot by Brown up towards mid wicket. So, well, really interesting. We've seen the Hampshire innings end, but not without a flurry of activity, and we've seen plenty of runs this morning from Hampshire. Positive start by Essex. All told, we've had now 6 wickets in the session. So 26 for 2, plenty to talk about, and 26 for 2 means a lead of 101.
So, we have a hat-trick ball to commentate on, although people tell me it's never a proper hat-trick unless it's in the same over, or I think someone was on a hat-trick first ball this season, but they finished last season with two straight wickets. Sam Curran's got a first-class century, incidentally, for Surrey, and he went to it with a 6. So Felix Organ then, from this river end, 26 for 2, the Essex score. So the lead is 101. So here's Organ then on a hat-trick, bowling to Dan Lawrence. You get the feeling will be as positive as ever. So leg slip, regulation slip, forward short leg and a short mid-wicket. Organ is into Lawrence. Lawrence whipping that one away as a caught and bowled opportunity, which she fingertips and can't hold on, and they take the single. There weren't lots of oohs and ahs from the fielders because it was hit ferociously by Lawrence. However, it was uppish, and he comes through for the single, and the score moves up to 27 for 2. Things just need to settle down from an Essex perspective. 2 slips in, as the left-handed Brown just watches that one slowly turn away from him. Started well wide of off stump and went further from Organ. He's wheeling away from this end and looking very, very threatening at the moment. Here's Organ in again, outside off stump, and again Brown watches carefully, slightly closer to off stump, but able to shoulder arms. He knows he's read it, turning away. And Organ away from us at this river end, in again, and that's turning and bouncing, but well wide of off stump, and Brown's able to cut that one away in front of square on the offside, and they come through for the single. 28 for 2, brings Lawrence back down on 2 strike, and we know how positive he is, and he's got an array of shots, some manufactured shots from here, there and everywhere, does Dan Lawrence, and he'll look to be positive here against Felix Organ. But Kevin James, it would have been a stunning caught and bowled opportunity, but Dan Lawrence wasn't about to push the hat-trick ball back up the pitch just gently, was he?
No, that's for sure. I think everybody's been playing positively this morning, haven't they?
So a little bit of chat, a little bit of a discussion, and Organ is ready once again into Lawrence, and that's short and pulled around the corner by Lawrence, and Barker has to just shift. He was going away to his left and has to go away to his right, and a tumbling stop, and they take the single. 29 for 2, the Essex score, so the lead up to 104 now. 75 run lead that Essex took after Hampshire added 95 runs to what was 53 minutes of play this morning. Organ around the wicket to the left-handed Brown, but again he's just starting it too wide to the left-hander, and Brown able to watch that one go by. End of the over, and Essex are 29 for 2 on the second morning in their second innings of this game.
Yeah, it's well, we had 6 wickets this morning. 4 lost by Hampshire, 2 by Essex, and everybody playing positively out there. It's almost as if that last 45 minutes out last night has spooked everybody. But I don't think it's anything like that last 45 minutes to an hour last night.
Just doesn't seem it, does it?
No, well, you know, Harmer was still dangerous this morning, don't get me wrong, but he certainly wasn't unplayable, and he was at times last night. And I think everybody's sort of gone to bed and woken up this morning and said, you know what, I'm not hanging around here. I'm going to play a few shots. So we've got just under 25 minutes till lunch. Liam Dawson bowling at the Hayes Close end, which is the opposite end to which he picked up 3 wickets yesterday afternoon. That has turned and bounced to Lawrence, who did well keeping that down as it goes out to what's that, short gully, isn't it?
Organ's getting it to turn from this end as well, but it's a lot gentler, and then not the amount of fizz or bounce or anything.
No, and it's the bounce that's the most worrying as a batter. Turn and bounce is a nightmare. That's pushed away back to Dawson by Dan Lawrence. So yes, it has been highly entertaining this morning, that's for sure. But Essex will, that lead of 104 is worth about 150, 164. Here's Dawson bowls, and Lawrence is forward. Plays that back to the bowler once more.
I do just look at the Hampshire approach this morning, which was come out and play positively, but in particular the shot that Barker played to get out to. You felt it was an unnecessary shot. I know he wanted to be positive, but I wonder if they just got that in their mindset and didn't sort of adjust to the situation and the way Harmer was bowling, which was not quite as threatening.
Yeah, no, I agree. Once again, he's forward, back to the bowler. No, I agree, and you know, having played the way he did against Harmer this morning with some lovely shots through the onside, which, you know, is a bit of a risk, but he picked exactly the right ball. Then with Harmer changing the field, it then made Barker play differently, and you know, maybe a little bit too positive. That's bounced, and it's just guided to backward point by Lawrence, who was getting on the back foot, ready for a full-blooded cut shot and had to readjust. Just guided it to backward point, fielded by Organ.
Just the adrenaline was clearly rushing through that Hampshire lower order this morning. Even Abbott, he'd struck some lovely shots, but holding out in the end when the field was spread and there were runs to be had still.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I suppose once they've made the plan, that's that, isn't it? There's no readjustment, although maybe some people would say it should be. That's turned away on the 45 on the leg side, fielded by Anira Donald. End of the over for Dawson. That is a maiden. 29-4-2, then Essex in their second innings. They lead by 104.
So the scores elsewhere. Still no play at Northampton. No play before lunch. Northamptonshire, Warwickshire. Northants 420 for 6. Surrey 592 for 6. There has been some rain around at the Oval this morning as well. Sam Curran going to a maiden first-class century, and he did it with a 6. Gloucestershire 334 for 9 against Lancashire. Division 2, Nottinghamshire against Middlesex. No play before lunch there due to rain. They're saying if there's no more rain, they should start at 1:30. Sussex, Derbyshire 403 for 7, and Worcestershire 271 all out. Glamorgan 78 for 6 in reply. Organ to continue from this river end is into Brown. Brown cutting away, but they've got the boundary sweeper out there, so they come through for the single. 30 for 2. Worcestershire were 3 down in very quick fashion against Glamorgan there, and there was a big stand to get them up to 271, and Glamorgan collapsing in reply. News from the women's test in a couple of moments' time, but Organ is going to come over the wicket now to the right-handed Dan Lawrence. Forward short leg slip, regulation slip in as well.
Here comes the Organ then, 3 around the bat.
And that one is rolling up the pad of Dan Lawrence and loops into the arm.
Oh, it's your over, isn't it?
Forward short leg.
Apologies, I wasn't concentrating.
South Africa women 55 for 4 against England down at Taunton. There's Organ. Got a man out deep mid-wicket, man out on the deep point boundary as well. In. Lots of flight on that occasion, and Lawrence down on one knee, swipes that one away on the offside. A tumbling stop out there, and they come through for a couple of runs, and the score moves up to 32 for 2 Essex.
James Fuller out in the deep.
Had a lot. He's got a lot of responsibility out there. There's an awful lot of acreage out there for him to cover, both left and right, but there's no third man either. Man on the onside, on the deep mid-wicket boundary, he's got a bit more help out there. Long on, and he's got a long leg as well. Organ is in once again. It loops into the arms of the man at leg slip. Organ's convinced. Ben Brown is convinced. Organ sinks to his haunches as the appeal is met with the negative. Lawrence just stood his ground. You wouldn't expect him to do anything else. And everyone's going to have to go back to their marks. 32 for 2.
Yeah, difficult to tell from here, isn't it? If that's hit anything at all.
I did see the Ben Brown one on replay, by the way. It does look like it hits his knee roll.
Does it?
Yeah. It's probably a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, these things happen. Unfortunately, it's not much fun for the batter concerned, but we see it all the time, don't we?
Right, everyone settle down again. Felix Organ is looking a threat. And Dan Lawrence looks like he doesn't want to be pinned down by him either. So it's intriguing.
Just watched a replay of that as well. Lawrence doesn't look behind him.
Organ in, lots of air that one, aimed at middle and leg. And he works it up to mid-on, and they come through for the single, 33 for 2.
Sometimes the batters will look behind them. Most of the time they look behind them, don't they?
Yep.
When they've edged it. And to be fair to Lawrence, he doesn't move behind him at all. It doesn't look behind him at all.
It doesn't matter how hard you try either. There's always a tell of something or other, isn't there? Brings Nick Brown down onto strike. He's got 11 so far. Organ round the wicket to him, and again Brown can just watch the line of that one. He knows it's turning away, and he does, and that's the end of the over. 33 for 2, so the Essex lead is 108 at the moment. Brown on 11 and Lawrence on an eventful 6.
If you're watching on the YouTube channel, the Essex YouTube channel, I can see one or two messages about, Mason Crane should have played for Hampshire, looking at the conditions out there at the moment. I would say Mason Crane at the moment is a little bit sort of up and down with his form. And it's a little bit difficult to know what you're quite going to get with him at the moment. He can bowl, we all know he can bowl. And when he gets it right, and I know he's done well here in the recent past, but at the moment he's not quite on it, unfortunately. Here's Dawson from the Hayes close end, and that's cut away by Lawrence, giving himself some room. Goes out into the deep where Brad Wheel fields in front of the pavilion, away to our right. 34 for 2, Lawrence moves on to 7.
Well, after that time out with a hamstring injury, he looked in good form for his first time at the crease on Thursday in the T20 against Middlesex, did Dan Lawrence, and the mindset doesn't really change for him no matter what format he's playing, but he'll have certainly been looking at the performance of the England Test team over the last couple of matches in particular, and probably realise he's just going to have to score a weight of runs.
And quickly. That's pushed in the air. Oh, it's dropped at leg slip. Indeed, if he got an inside edge onto the pad, because it looped up, and there are two men on the leg side. One of them is Ian Holland, and he was the man at leg slip who dived, and I think he might just have had it in his hands, but of course when you fall and it hits and your elbow hits the ground, if the ball is nowhere near lodged in the palm of the hand, it bobbles out, and that's what happened there. Still problems out there for the spinners. That's in the air again, past a diving Donald this time at short leg. It's all happening.
Yeah, and again, you can't have men everywhere, but it's the first one, he definitely had it in his hands, but I think had it sort of in his sort of fingers rather than actually in the palm of his hand. Yeah. And that one there has just gone between the two. But Dawson's getting it to turn into Nick Brown, and it's causing Brown some problems.
Yeah, it's always more difficult for the left-handers, of course, because there's always that little bit more rough outside the off stump. So Dawson bowling to the right-hander Lawrence this time. Lawrence drives, doesn't time it, goes out to extra cover. And there is no run. I mean, considering we are not even at lunch on day 2 and the spinners have got an absolute stranglehold on the game. Well, make up your own minds as to what sort of pitch we're playing on. 35 for 2, the lead is 110, that's loads. There's Dawson, bowls, and that's turned away by Lawrence into the gap at mid-wicket, and the Battles will want every run that they can. Fuller comes in, but too much to do. Comfortable 2 for Lawrence. He moves on to 9, 37 for 2.
Listen to the applause for 2 runs as well.
Incredible, yeah.
The crowd realise it as well, and the very fact that Hampshire have got boundary patrol either side of the wicket, and men, sort of 2/3 of the way to the boundary straight as well, means that the run conservation is also very much at the forefront of their minds, even at this stage of the game.
Agreed, yeah. I want to be cutting off the boundaries as much as possible. Even if the batters push into the gap 1s and 2s, that's manageable, that's short, and that's cut away. I'll go out to Brad Wheel at deep cover. End of the over. The lead is 113. Essex 38 for 2 in their second innings.
Suddenly you're looking down the scorecard at the respective side spin options, aren't you? Because of the way the game's gone. The Dan Lawrence experiment, I think Essex probably persisted with that a little bit too long this morning, and Kyle Abbott took particularly liking to him, so he's the spin option for Essex alongside Harmer, and Tom Wesley as well, as we know. I was mentioning earlier, he doesn't bowl enough for my money, because he's a more than capable slow bowler. And Felix Organ is going to continue from this river end. Still the leg slip, still the forward short leg, still the regulation slip. No third man. There is a long leg though. And Organ bowling to Dan Lawrence. In he comes, and Lawrence on the reverse sweep this time, but he'll pick out the man deep backward point, and they'll come through for a single. 39 for 2 goes the Essex score.
That's a good shot.
Yep. Nicely played, nicely judged.
They're always a good shot when it comes off.
Mike Gatting, World Cup final, anybody? Here is Organ round the wicket to Nick Brown. Straighter, and Brown playing round the front pad. Almost got a leading edge on that into the onside, and Organ fields off his own bowling. bbcsxcricket@gmail.com if you want to email, and at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter. Short extra cover now for Brown. Lots of loop on that one from Morgan, but again starting outside off stump and then turning further away. 39 for 2. Bit more cloud cover coming in from over the pavilion away to our right-hand side as well. My forecast currently says rain to stop. Well, it hasn't started as yet, touch wood. Here's Organ in again. That's Strater, and that allows Brown to drive, and the man at short extra cover makes a diving stop, but it doesn't stop Brown and Lawrence taking 3 or 4 strides down the wicket before they stop, look at each other and go, probably not, and turn back. There's no run. Could stop that. Organ working feverishly on the ball, making sure he's got the right grip. He's very particular and precise about what he's doing. He's in again, that's aimed at middle and leg, and that allows Brown just to work that into the onside and come through for the single. I do wonder about the man at deep mid-wicket for Hampshire, because Nick Brown isn't Keith Barker, he's not Dan Lawrence. I don't think he's a slog sweeper, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no, that's interesting, that's a good point.
Now, Dan Lawrence, however, as I say, is an entirely different
He's a bit more methodical, Brown, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, sort of plays within the confines of what you'd expect a batter to play in. You know, Lawrence is a bit more, a bit more flamboyant, isn't he?
Especially with that bottom hand as well.
A bit more unorthodox.
In down comes the wicket, comes down Lawrence, and well, there's a little bit of excitement as Organ fields it on his follow through, but it's a bump ball. It came off the toe of Dan Lawrence's bat. He turned around. Everybody had a look. Then they decided, yeah, you probably did hear that.
What's going on there with Lawrence and Vince?
Yeah, Lawrence and Vince just having a couple of words. Lawrence just went back to his mark back to his crease after the appeal, half-hearted appeal for caught and bowled, and Vince just walked past him and said something, and Lawrence carried on walking down the pitch alongside him.
Yeah, a bit close together, really, weren't they?
A bit shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it will be quite now. The 2 umpires are having a chat now.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's about the light. Oh, it might be. I don't think so.
The light's fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
The cloud is a little bit lower, but there's still a dot of blue sky here and there as well. It's light enough, it's bright enough. And of course we can have the lights to augment things.
Here's Dawson then, over the wicket to Brown. Brown prods forward, goes out just a few yards square on the offside. I think we can take it from that there's a little bit of ill feeling out there in the middle, really, probably with the Lawrence dismissal. I know there was a tweet just a few minutes ago actually from Nick Morland, who says, now watch the Lawrence shout again, and he makes a move to start walking off. I did actually do that. I'm not sure. I must admit, I'm not sure whether he does or not. That's played into the ground and fielded at short leg. I think you can make that look whichever way you want to have a view on, to be honest. Essex 40 for 2, 10 minutes till lunch. We're already in the 3rd innings of the game. Dawson bowls, flighted. Brown just works that to mid-wicket. And there is no run there. I might have a watch of that Vince and Lawrence incident at the end of that over. Previous over from Organ. I'll have a watch of that in a minute. If you're watching on the live picture feed. And Brown's on the back foot, quicker ball. Brown just jabs down on that one and it plays it out towards mid-wicket.
Well, he played on the front foot a couple of times in the last over, Brown, and looped one up, which wasn't caught, and then one went between the sort of leg slip and forward short leg, so he's maybe deciding back foot might be, but it was pushed through a lot quicker by Dawson.
Yeah, that's, I'm just watching the replay of that. That's pushed out on the onside by Brown for a single, and he will move on to 12, and it's 41 for 2. I'm just wondering if Lawrence said something as he went back, as if to say, why are you appealing for that? And I think Vince has gone straight up to Lawrence, and probably had something to say about the appeal of a caught behind. Anyway, we've moved on now, or I have, trying to. 41 for 2, the lead is 116. Lawrence is back on strike. Vince is just, with the aid of Dawson, trying to just manoeuvre the field a fraction, bringing Gubbins in fairly square on the drive on the offside. I tell you, Dawson and Vince will get stuck in a little bit whenever there's a little bit of needle out there, as that's pushed back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. Dawson has bowled 4 overs, none for 8. Just a single off that one, and Essex lead by 116.
It's not like the game needs anything else, does it really?
No, you tend to get these little things, don't you, when, because you know, both sides know how important this situation is at the moment. You know, Essex are hoping to build a decent lead, and it doesn't need to be too many more to be a decent lead. Hampshire under pressure here, and not just in the game, but in the table situation as well. Essex want points to make up some ground. Hampshire need the points to keep going the momentum that they've built. There's a lot at stake out there at the moment.
I say people applauding singles and twos and every single run.
It's a tense moment in the game at the moment, really.
So Organ's going to continue. And that's just going to be the way of the game. You get the feeling the seamers aren't going to have much of a look in. That's full outside off stump, and Brown drives, but fielded for no addition at mid-off by Liam Dawson. 41 for 2.
Yeah, you're right. The seamers feel even more innocuous today than they did yesterday. Well, they weren't always at times. At times they were yesterday, but not always.
And 3 overs of Sam Cook this morning. They look pretty nondescript stuff for Sam Cook. Here's Organ in again. That's straighter, but Brown rocks back and pushes out to the offside, and he'll come through for a single as it's fielded by the man out on the cover boundary. 42 for 2.
Yeah, looking at Barker's opening salvo this morning. 3 overs done for 17, Abbott 2 overs done for 5. But just both of them never really looked like taking a wicket, and that wasn't because they were bowling rubbish. It's just the nature of the pitch for the seamers at the moment.
Game just slowed down a little bit. There seems to be a fielding change every single ball at the moment. Organ is in. Lawrence down the wicket. Again, that big bottom hand comes in as he whips it up to mid-on, and Dawson again doing the fielding, and Essex come through for another single. 43 for 2. That brings a left-handed Brown down on to strike. Another reason why the game's slow as well. You've got left-right-handed combinations, so changes in field. Specialist fielders have to find their respective positions. Short fine leg in now for Brown, and 2 slips, and outside off stump. Oh, Brown, what's he done here? Has he got a top edge on that? I think he has. It loops up. There's a diving attempt forward from the man at second slip, but just out of his grasp, and it dribbles away, and Brown gets away with one. I think that's Holland again, isn't it? He's got his fingers to one off Brown from Dawson's bowling in the last but 1 over, and this time falling forward. I think he would have been slightly back on his heels after seeing Brown go back to cut, and then couldn't sort of adjust his weight forward enough to take the catch. So Brown gets away with another one. 43 for 2. Organ has the ball back in hand once again. He's in now, and Brown off the back foot forces away, and they'll come through for another single. 44 for 2. The lead is 119 for Essex.
Yeah, I don't know what that came off. I'm just watching the replay of the ball that looped up in the air.
Okay.
I thought initially it might have come off, bat boot. I just don't know how it got up in the air there like that. Weird.
2 helmeted men around Dan Lawrence. Forward short leg and that leg slip. Lawrence just comes down to do a little bit of gardening, just to settle himself down a little bit. He's got Vince at first slip, who I'm sure will be in his ear. And here is Organ then into Lawrence, and Lawrence just lets that, as Organ's coming around the wicket, just puts his pad in the way. Knows he can't be out LBW. Can't run either as it runs down to long leg. End of the over, and Essex are 44 for 2. They lead by 119, still on the second morning of this county championship match.
Well, you can feel the tension out there at the moment, because this is a quite an important passage of play. We've got a few more minutes to lunch, and the afternoon session is going to be very, very important indeed for both sides. If Essex have a good afternoon session, then they are really laying a platform towards establishing a situation where they'll probably feel they won't lose. And if Hampshire can get amongst the wickets, then we can have a very, very close game indeed. Well, 44 for 2 then. Here's Dawson from that Hayes close end. Brown flicks that away in between those 2 close catchers on the leg side. And Brown moves on to 17. The lead is 120 now. Remember, Essex had a lead of 75 on the first innings.
Perfect game for Nick Brown, really. Loads of time left in it. Doesn't have to go out and play shots galore here, there and everywhere. Just go about things, nudge, nurdle, accumulate. and if the others at the other end want to play all the shots, then they can do that.
Dawson round the wicket to Lawrence. Bowls, and Lawrence gets smacked on the pad. He's out LBW. And Dawson is running off, a bit like he did the other night in the T20. And I think there'll be one or two Hampshire players pleased to see the end of Dan Lawrence, not just because he's a very, very good player, but because of one or two little things that have been going on out there. He goes for 12, 45, 4-3 now, Essex.
Well, I'd like to have a look at that, not because I think it might not be out, but I think it's almost hit him on the full. It was that straight from Dawson. And that will be lunch as well, with the wicket going down at 2 minutes before 1 o'clock. So Essex are 45 for 3. They lead by 120 runs. And the way things are going, we might not need day 3, let alone day 4.
Unbelievable, isn't it, really? It's gripping stuff. There is absolutely no doubt about that, apart from the fact that this game has provided some huge entertainment, and I have to say the entertainment factor is rising with every session that we have in this game. But the importance of this situation, it's enormous for reasons I mentioned earlier. You know, Essex looking to get back up amongst the top teams in Division 1. They are a game behind most teams, so some big points they would like from this game, that's for sure. And as I say, Hampshire looking to maintain the momentum that they've built up in the last few games in the Championship and keep the pressure up on Surrey. So this afternoon session, big for both sides.
Yep, so that's lunch then on day 2 here, and Essex are 45 for 3. The men to go: Sir Alistair Cook, Tom Wesley first ball, an unbelievable catch at short leg by Anurin Donald. He just hit him and he's managed to hang on because it was a powerful shot from Wesley. And then that wicket of Dan Lawrence, LBW to Liam Dawson. So we'll be back with you around about 1:35 now, because we've finished slightly earlier. Do enjoy your lunch and make sure you're back promptly as well, because this game's moving on apace.
Did you fancy a break after lunch, or would you like to have a short go? No, you tell us what you want to do.
Essex resuming. Dan Lawrence fell a couple of minutes before the scheduled stoppage, so as a result the players went off slightly. Out. Into the left-handed batsman, and it drops out on the offside for no run. Nick Gledhill's back with us for the opening part of this afternoon session as Dawson turns to the end of his mark. They're going to put man at fine leg wider and slightly further and deeper towards the boundary. That's quicker from Dawson, and Walter playing from the crease. Out to the onside there is no run. The close-in fielder just flicking the ball back towards the stumps, but Walter's back foot was firmly planted behind the crease line. The scoreboard, away to our left-hand side, the main scoreboard, still playing adverts at the moment. So the slightly early restart here has caught some of them unawares. That's looped and loopy from Dawson, giving that plenty of air. Walter on the drive, meets it on the full, but there's a stop out there by the man at wide mid wicket. And there's no run again. Dawson looking to get through this over quickly. Strongish breeze still blowing around chance. We had a few drops of rain during the lunch interval as Dawson is in again. Quicker, flatter and shorter. And Walter trying to whip that one away into the onside again. Hits the man at mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the over. Dawson completing that over. Essex 45 for 3. 15 overs gone now in their second innings. They lead by 120 runs. We had a little bit of rain during the interval, Nick. I say a little bit, about 4 or 5 spots. They brought the covers out, but it very quickly stopped and were able to resume on time. But my forecast says rain coming at the moment.
Yep, certainly there's been this rain belt coming up from the southwest, which has affected the Midlands. The test match is about to start, I think, or has just started. But basically the situation is, it looks like the rain's just gradually sort of breaking up a little bit, so we may avoid the worst of it, but it's affected some of the other grounds.
Yeah, they're about to get back underway at, indeed they are back underway at Trentbridge. No play there today so far because of heavy rain. Rain at Northampton as well, but it was sort of sweeping from that sort of area then across the southeast, yeah. As you say, could be breaking up now.
So it's going to be Organ to bowl and gets a bit of turn as Brown just pushes forward, 17 to him. And no score to Paul Water, so again, 2 left-handers together for the off-spinner. And he's got a, well, we'll just about call it 2 slips, or maybe a slip and a fine gully and a short extra. He bowls and Brown just props right forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
So again, I find it interesting they've got the man out at deep mid-wicket for Nick Brown. To me, that's unnecessary because he's not going to play the slog sweep, I don't think. It's not something he'd normally play.
Here's Organ again, bowls, and off the back foot, cracked away nicely by Brown. That's going to be a single for him, gets Essex up and running, 46 for 3, so adding all the time to this first innings lead of 75. And it should be match winning in these sort of situations, but surface offering a lot of help to the spinners, and Simon Harmer, of course, with another innings to bowl. But Hampshire hanging in there. Lead currently 121. As here, this is just pushed into the onside by Walter, who's been one of the Essex players of the season, really, in both formats. And that's a quick single and well executed. Then just keep the scoreboard rotating.
England 198 for 3, incidentally, after resuming after that rain break. They need another 98. The man to go, Ollie Pope, bowled by Tim Southey for 82.
I think I now will call it a slip and a gully. It's a little bit squarer as Organ bowls, and just worked away nicely off the front foot by Brown. Just jogs through for a single, so Organ striking twice in successive deliveries, getting rid of Cook and Wesley, and then Liam Dawson snaring Dan Lawrence just before lunch. 1 or 2 half chances as well for Hampshire to add to that haul. There's Organ bowls, and that just keeps a bit low, and but well negotiated in the end by Walter. So it's going to be quite an intriguing battle. Essex just looking to try and give themselves enough leeway to feel comfortable at the moment. I imagine 123 they'll feel is certainly not going to be enough. I want to try and add another 100, I think, looking at this sort of situation, to start to feel more comfortable. But yeah, 19 to Brown and 1 to Walter, and it's 48 for 3.
Back underway in the women's test at Taunton, where South Africa are 83 for 4 against England. 4 debutants in that England side as well, including the seamer Izzy Wong, who's taken a wicket on her debut. So Dawson to continue then from the Hayes close end, over the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown, and a stifled shout of some description from Liam Dawson, but the ball was not getting between the bat and pad of Nick Brown. No run, 48 for 3. Interesting to see what Hampshire believed they could chase on this, with the Simon Harmer factor included. Dawson in quicker, oh, and off the back foot, and Brown again looking to play that one behind square on the onside. He did lob one up before lunch and Holland couldn't quite hang on to it. That time though, the Brown's reaction said he'd got everything out of the way and it was off the thigh pad. But he just needs to be careful of that shot, Nick Brown. Just thinks there's one there, but he's not playing it down when trying to work it behind square. Here's Dawson in again, and Brown covering right across his stumps there, and plays inside the line and through to Brown, of the Ben variety for Hampshire, the wicketkeeper. So the lead is 123 runs for Essex, with 7 second innings wickets intact. That's tossed up again by Dawson, and Brown works it to the man at short mid-wicket for no run. He's got 19, Brown. Walter with the single so far, having come in straight after lunch. Dawson, forward short leg slip and a regulation slip. That man at regulation slip is Vince, and Brown right back on his stumps to play that one, and Dawson thinks he's got him pinned, but Brown gets the bat in the way and plays defensively into the onside for no run again. Cloud is breaking up, Nick, as you sort of said you hoped it was breaking up as it made its way across the southeast, and it is now. There's a lot less of it evident and more blue sky.
Yeah, relatively optimistic that not going to get any significant delays this afternoon.
Around the wicket now for Dawson to the left-handed Brown, and Brown just has to adjust his sight line there and pushes out defensively for no run. End of a tidy over from Liam Dawson, and Essex are 48 for 3.
Yeah, and a bit of chat on social media about the pitch, and the Grumbler saying fascinating game, so much more interesting when the ball draws you've had a chance of this season. Yep. And Snater and Abbott showing positivity with the bat can go a long way on this pitch. Yes, one factor is obviously it's spin friendly, but there's been value for strokes. There's been some quite fast scoring at times, and it's been a very good spectacle. And you mentioned that these contributions have gone some way to being a high percentage of a team's runs. Here's Organ bowling. It's just played from the crease up into the onside by Walter, and there's no run. Now, obviously, it's just a question of the fact that we haven't had much for the spinners this season. There's been talk around the counties of pitches not breaking up, spinners not able to come into the game. So a real contrast here. Slip in a gully, short extra, and again just worked by Walter into the onside, up towards Barker at wide mid-on, and it has produced a good spectacle, and say much more interesting than the first 3 games here. As Dawson bowls, and this is turns and left alone by Walter. I suppose the absolute ideal pitch would be performing like this on day 4 rather than day 2. There is a sort of element of how much turn do you want from the outset of the game on day 1, but certainly it's been a good watch. There's no doubt about that. Here is appeal for LBW. That's out. He got trapped in his crease there. He'd been playing that little stroke into the onside quite a lot in the over, but that one just got a little bit of extra bounce, I think, on him, and it ended up with Walter rather being stuck in his crease. So he's gone for 1, 48 for 4. And I say it is producing a really intriguing contest, this, because the lead is 123, and Hampshire now be thinking, if we don't allow the likes of Snater and co to get away from us, we could still potentially have some sort of a chance here. Organ strikes, it's his 3rd wicket. It's not a bad bet to say that all 10 might go to spin here, and possibly in the next innings as well. It's 48 for 4.
Interesting one, right arm around. But as you say, Nick, I think the crucial thing was that Walter just got trapped on the crease there. He played that shot a couple of times and he'd got into that frame of mind, and the bowler realising, well, if you're going to keep doing that, I'll find a way around. 48 for 4, the lead is 123 runs. A spin in this innings, incidentally, just over 12 overs and just 5 overs of seam. And as you say, it'd be interesting to see whether Hampshire feel they have to go back to seam at any point. But I just wonder about Essex this morning and the amount of runs that Hampshire scored. You always felt when they resumed this morning 68 for 6. Well, if they get over 100, they're doing well. But as it turns out, they've got 163 to only, in the end, I say only, concede a 75-run first innings lead. If they can keep it anywhere below 200, the target, they're right in the game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they'd have to do better against Harmer with the hard, newer ball when they did yesterday evening, but Hampshire are giving themselves a chance here, no doubt about that. Now, Michael Pepper on a pair, faces, squeezes that one away off an inside edge and wants the run to get off the mark, but there's no chance of it, and Brown has nothing to do with it. So Pepper got a 2-baller in the first innings. As I say, good to see him in the side, but testing batting conditions, he probably preferred the batting conditions of the first 3 games here. And he could have filled his boots like everybody else. A slip leg gully and a short leg, as that's played into the offside. Nice compact defensive shot. So Organ, who we were just discussing with Kevin, and not much more than a part-time off spinner, but he could be playing a very full-time role in this particular game. He gets a wicket made and 3 for 17 off 7. And I was just wondering what an informed Mason Crane might have done on this surface, but maybe that's a discussion for another day. He's been out of form this season, Glenn, and had he been in form, I'm sure he would have been in the squad for this match, and he could also have played a very big role. 48 for 4, the lead 123, of Brown 19 and Pepper 0.
Yeah, Kevin was mentioning that this morning, and just said, someone had said, why was Mason Crane not considered? He just hasn't had the form, hasn't had the consistency. Dawson then, in from the Hayes close end, and Brown pinned back on his stumps, plays defensively, and there is no run. 48 for 4. So Essex have added 3 runs since lunch.
At least Hampshire do have 2 spinners who are threatening. That's the key thing.
Be interested to see whether Essex could just target Organ, maybe. See what Hampshire did then. Dawson's in again, giving that one plenty of flight, plenty of air, and Brown very watchfully and carefully plays it out to the offside, and the wicketkeeper Ben Brown comes out and does the fielding in front of the stumps.
Yes, and Essex look to try and remain positive, look for runs when they're there.
Here's Dawson again, in, quicker, and Brown shuffling across his stumps and off the inner part of the face of the bat, bounces out to the man at forward short leg. No run again.
So, as I've said a few times, this is so much better a spectacle than the first 3 games here. You could make an argument for saying you don't want as much turn on the first day of a match, but it's still so much more interesting for the spectators.
Round the wicket now, Dawson to Brown. Brown working that one into the onside, and there'd just be the single there. Brown comes off the mid-wicket fence, and they collect the single. 49 for 4. Brown goes to 20. And that brings Pepper down onto strike, and as you say, you got a 2-ball duck in the first innings. Pepper done so well in the T20 blast for Essex.
Yeah, Fantastic. Played a brilliant hand here on Friday night. It looked like he might get the fastest ever Essex T20 50, which I think is a record already broken this season by Sams, but he was on course to even break that, I think, at one point. Fantastic display of hitting against Surrey's bowlers.
Right, they're bringing mid-wicket up into the square now, are Hampshire, and Pepper goes on the sweep. Shout for LBW here, but Dawson around the wicket into the right-handed Pepper, asking a lot there, and he was on the sweep as well, which gave you an idea of which way the ball was directed. And there's no run and no decision for the umpire to make. 49 for 4.
And let's be honest, Essex have played on one pretty ropey pitch away from home this season, the one at Taunton, where the game was a very exciting finish, but it just scrambled into the first session of day 3. So occasionally you get the odd pitch which is very bowler friendly, that one in a rather different way. And of course it was Craig Overton who was almost won the match on the final day.
Here's Dawson in again, and Pepper on the sweep. Now, what's that hit? I rather thought that might have hit the underside of the bat from the reaction, but he's gone down on the sweep again, Pepper, trying to fetch it from just outside off stump. But given not out, and that's the end of the over, 49 for 4. So if we're only in doubt as to Michael Pepper's approach, then there it was summed up in a couple of shots, end of the over.
And as I've mentioned, obviously, the groundsman Stuart Kerrison looking for, you know, the ideal balance. Obviously, the side want to score runs, but they want to use their trump card Harmer. And it was actually the ideal pitch in many ways that I've seen for Essex this season was Old Trafford, where they won very convincingly, where Harmer got wickets, where the Essex seamers bowled well. And that almost is the model for the sort of surface that they like to create here. But certainly, as I say, this one is giving us an intriguing game. It could yet prove to be a useful toss for Essex to have won. To bat first on it, Organ bowls, and that just pops off the bat this time as Brown is pushing forward. But it's stoical stuff from Brown, 20 from 54, while the rest of the top order have fallen away.
Just watch the Paul Walter wicket replay. Plum probably hitting halfway up middle stump.
Yeah. So Organ again goes around the wicket and bowls and backing away. Brown drives and it goes between point and cover for single. That brings up the Essex 50. So it comes at the expense of 4 wickets. It means the lead's 125.
I'm talking about it before lunch about Hampshire persisting with a deep mid wicket for Nick Brown. It's interesting. The last sort of handful of deliveries he's received, they have taken the deep big wicket out and moved him up on sort of saving the single, because it seems an unnecessary position for the Essex opener.
Bowls through around the bat, and that one goes between the 2 short legs and goes away for a single out towards the backward square. So 1 more to the total, 51 for 4. So any sort of partnerships will be valuable here. It will be interesting to see if the likes of Snater adopt the same approach to the first innings, and if he comes off again, that's 71. Very much a difference between the 2 sides in the first innings. Slip in a gully now for the left-handed. Brownie pushes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, head over the ball to Organ, and there is no run. So Felix Organ getting extended bowls, 3 for 19 in 7 overs and 4 balls. And Essex looking to withstand Hampshire's 2 spinners here, as this is played defensively again. Head right over the ball, nicely played up into the covers, and there's no run. Earlier, Hampshire 163 all out. A real positive approach this morning from the visitors. Plenty of boundaries. They tried to take the attack to Essex with some success, but they couldn't stop Harmer taking 4 more wickets to finish with 8 for 46. Here's Brown going back into his crease, and there's turn there. And one fizzed past the off stump and the outside edge. 51 for 4. Brown 21. Pepper 1. It's 3 for 19 for Organ at the end of his 8 overs, and a lead 126.
It's a very different game at the Oval, where the leaders Surrey are now 650 for 6 against Kent. Centuries there for Surrey, for Hashim Amla, Ben Geddes, and not only a first-class century for Sam Curran, but I was rather surprised to see this, a first century in any form of cricket at professional level, which was somewhat surprising. 126 he made. Will Jacks is heading towards that as well. He's 88 not out, and Kent are probably wondering, when are you going to declare? Liam Dawson to continue from the Hayes close end, around the wicket to Pepper. A big outside edge on that one. It loops away to the offside, but not within catching distance of any of the fielders, and there's no run. Lancashire 7 without loss, replying to Gloucestershire's 337 all out. Chris Dent with a century for Gloucestershire. Still no play at Northampton. They're inspecting at 2:15 there. Dawson into Pepper once again. Pepper on the reverse sweep's going to be caught here, and he is. He goes for a single, Michael Pepper. Well, he didn't want to be pinned down, and he didn't just want to play. He wanted to go on the attack, and he's having missed out on a couple of sweeps in the previous over he received from Dawson. He's gone on the reverse sweep, and he's just looped one up to the man who would have been at a backward point to a regulation shot, and Essex are 51 for 5.
Oh, this really is interesting. Pepper, he's not had the best of games. Organ pretty comfortable there, taking that catch, just waiting for it. And, well, 126 the lead. Well, it's a lot. You feel a lot going to depend on if Snater comes off, because, he was the one who did the damage in the first innings. Rossington could do with a score. This would be, he got runs in a difficult situation at Taunton. Not a lot, but as I say, enough to get Essex over the line there. This is another tough situation for him to come in. But it's just fascinating, just every now and again, Glenn, to see a game like this where, spinners have had no impact really in the county championship this season, or very, very limited. Pitches haven't broken up. Okay, this one has turned from the start, we accept that, but what an intriguing spectacle it is. It's not going to last a long time, this game. There won't be much play, you would have thought, well, by this time tomorrow. But it is an intriguing watch. And one of the interesting things now is whether Essex try to counter-attack if they feel a little bit anxious about this 126 with 5 wickets left, and they try and launch a counter-attack, which came off big time yesterday afternoon when they did it.
It's a poor shot, wasn't it?
Disappointing, because I've been advocating Pepper having another a chance, and hopefully he'll get another game.
Adam Rossington's the new man in, and he's facing up to Dawson now. And Rossington plays defensively down the pitch. As you say, not a lot of runs at Taunton for Rossington, but a very, very important hand in a low-scoring game. So used to this sort of situation, and every run's going to be valuable now. As Dawson comes around the wicket to Rossington. Rossington down the wicket and lofts that one away, and has got 6 for it. It thuds into the boundary boards on the full, but the rope is inside the boundary boards, so he picks up 6. And well, that was Hampshire's approach this morning. Look, we can't be pinned down. We're going to have to play some shots, and Rossington's done just that.
Yes, if a Rossington, who of course is a one-day specialist very much, and then say a Snater come off, it will make a big difference.
So they put Barker down to long on now. He was right up on the edge before on the square. Dawson's in again, and Rossington works that one into the onside and picks up a single. It's 58 for 5, the Essex score, and 7 very valuable runs to finish off what up to that point had been a successful over for Liam Dawson, having picked up the wicket of Michael Pepper. And it's all change as Nick Brown comes down onto strike, and they bring long on up now for that, for Brown, as Dawson is in over the wicket now into Brown. Brown right back on his stumps and plays defensively out to the onside, and there's no run. End of the over, and Essex, after 21 overs of their second innings, are 58 for 5.
Yeah, Rossington's overall stats are a bit disappointing in the sense he's only averaging 25, and he's now got I think it's 182 runs for the season. So you'd hope for a bit more than that from a keeper batsman, but actually it's not that. His overall career stats, I think, averaging in the 30s. So obviously, as anybody else, he has periods of form and periods where he's not so much in form. But this will be a good occasion for him to really play a significant innings and get up towards the bunch of Essex players around about the 300 mark in the runs for the season. So a slip, a leg gully and a short leg, as that's played defensively by Rossington, the first ball of Organ's new over. I don't think we're going to be worrying about overtime for over rate tonight, which is a nice change. 58 for 5. And if the weather's improving, by the way, blue sky now, areas of blue sky. As Organ bowls, and there's a sweep, quite well executed, goes away down towards the long leg, and that's going to be a single. Positive start here by Rossington, who's obviously, now very much considered the first choice keeper, and as I say, Essex will be hoping that there's a sort of a significant batting contribution around the corner. He's got 150 so far, and as I say, we mentioned that important knock at Taunton. So Brown, who's very much holding things together, 21 from 60 balls. I think he might well carry on playing in his normal vein as he goes on the drive. That's a nice stroke up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But important for Nick Brown as well, if he can play a sort of anchor role here. And it proves to be in a winning cause. That could be very useful from his perspective as well. Here's Organ again, bowls, and it's played defensively back down the pitch. And there's no run. So an intriguing battle here. Felix Organ with 3 wickets and Liam Dawson 2. And I say you wouldn't be surprised if they take all 10 between them here. 59 for 5, lead of 134. As Organ bowls, and that's left alone again. Turn and bounce. And so Organ's doing a fine job here. And, I can now see. To be honest, I was advocating Joe Wedderley playing for Hampshire in this game, but I can now see the team selection given the fact that Holland got 2 wickets in 3 balls yesterday. They're not the greatest opening partnership in the world, but extra strings to their bow in the case of Organ here. This is played defensively back down the pitch, head over the ball. I should invite Kevin back in if he's ready to go, and Kevin James from Radio Sonar joining us very shortly. 59 for 5, lead of 134.
Thank you, Nick. He'll be back in just under half an hour from now. But this game is racing along and becomes more and more intriguing. But interesting, those couple of blows from Rossington suddenly take the lead to 134. So suddenly you're getting up into the 150 territory, and you're wondering, is that going to be too many for Hampshire? But Essex only have the one frontline spinner in their team. Admittedly, it is Simon Harmer, but they only have the one frontline spinner. Dawson's going to continue from the Hayes close end, and he's in left arm around and bowling to Rossington with 2 slips. He's in now, and Rossington pushes out to the man at short extra cover, and there's no run. 59 for 5. Division 2, Nottinghamshire and Middlesex finally underway. 398 for 5, Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. As Dawson is in again quicker, and Rossington plays nicely and attractively out to the offside, and the man comes off the cover fence to collect, and they move through for the single. 60 for 5, so the lead 135 runs. Derbyshire still batting against Sussex, 446 for 8. Glamorgan 114 for 8 against Worcestershire's 271. Later on the test match in a moment. England are racing towards victory and a 3-0 series win as Dawson is in, and Brown pinned back on his stumps, works that in front of square on the onside, comes through for the single. 61 for 5. England are 230 for 3. They require another 66 runs for victory. Johnny Bairstow's made 29 off 20 balls so far. Welcome back.
Slowing up, thank you. He's blocking it.
It's Dawson into Rossington. Wide open gaps on the onside. That's full from Dawson. Lots of air and driven up to long off by Rossington. They come through for the single. 62 for 5. Well, he might be a part-time spinner, but Felix Orban's playing a fine hand here for Hampshire at this end. 3 wickets so far. And Liam Dawson, the regulation spinner for Hampshire, doing more than his fair share of the bowling as well at the Hayes close end. Again, there's lots of talk going on. James Vince just directing operations, asking Liam Dawson, what do you want? Do you want a second slip in? Do you want a leg slip? And Dawson spreading his arms wide, going not quite happy with that. They've got a man behind square on the offside, but not right back on the boundary. Dawson is in, lots of flight, and Brown forward, his nose is right over the ball there, and there's no run.
He gets one forward, doesn't he? Which is good. That's the way to play the spin here.
Big century in the second 11 last week, Nick Brown. Dawson is into him again. Quicker, and Brown shuffles across his stumps and plays defensively back down the pitch. There's no run. End of the over. 62 for 5. 23 overs gone. Yeah, Nick Brown doesn't play in the T20 for Essex, so he got a century for the seconds last week in readiness for this game, and he's been playing his club cricket for Whittam. 1/2 century so far for Whittam in the East Anglian Premier League, and a couple of 20s. A few of the Essex players have been out and about playing their club cricket, but they're not involved in the T20. 62 for 5 tells me that the Essex lead is 137 runs with 5 second innings wickets intact.
Yeah, that lead, it just depends on whether it's the Simon Harmer of last night who got turn and bounce, or the Simon Harmer this morning who didn't have quite so much bounce in his favour for whatever reason. Difficult to work out really why, but I'll have to wait and see as Felix Organ bowls. Down the wicket comes Rossington. That's coming towards us, just to our left. Oh, did that bounce on the roof as it went through? It did, yeah. Good shot.
On the roof of the writer's box to our left.
Yeah, lovely straight hit there from Rossington.
Well, I mentioned to Nick earlier on about Organ's a part-time spinner, okay, but I did wonder what Hampshire's approach might be if they just looked to get after him a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit more than a part-time spinner, just a little tad more. I mean, if you coming into this game, he had 29 wickets at 22 apiece. Well, that's not a lot, but he hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket either. This is only his 27th match, so he does tend to play as the second spinner when he plays, and with Barker, of course, being a left-arm spinner. left-arm seamer, then you need an off-spinner in your side to make the most of the rough that Barker generates. And you know, when Barker was at Edgbaston, Jeetan Patel, as great a bowler as he was and is, or whatever, you know, certainly benefited from bowling into Barker's rough, and Felix Organ's the same. So I mean, that's one of the main reasons why he plays. You know, taking however many wickets at 22 apiece is, you know, it's pretty handy. But you're right, you know, he's not front line. But you know, he's not generating the same menace of Simon Harmer. You know, Simon Harmer will out-bowl many a bowler around the world. But you know, the fact that you've got two spinners operating like this at the moment, and we're only, well, they were operating before lunch and taking wickets. It's, yeah, I don't know. That says a lot about the wicket, probably. That's swept away nicely by Rossington down towards deep backward square leg. I think, as entertaining as this game is, and whatever the result, I think to have two spinners operating before lunch on day 2, taking wickets, and all 7 wickets this morning were taken by spinners. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I'd love to see the pitch report at the end of this. Here comes Organ. I don't think it's unplayable, that's for sure. That's a lovely shot off the back foot, forced away through extra cover. It's gone through the fielder. That's Brad Wheel, just diving in front of the rope there. Couldn't get across quickly enough in front of the pavilion.
I think even if he had stopped it, his feet were over the rope anyway. So I don't think it was a pretty thankless task for him. But that's a 6 and a 4 now off this Felix Organ over.
73 for 5. The lead is 148. Nick Brown goes on to 26. Still 2 men close to the bat. Brown's on the back foot, plays a similar type shot, but a little bit closer to Brad Will. I don't know. I guess I'll have a different opinion about the wicket than you guys will, because you know, quite rightly, I guess you guys will defend the wicket a little bit more than I will.
Well, I'd say defend it. It's a lot more entertaining than the run fests we've had at Chelmsford so far this summer. And I mean, the first game against Kent, it was an absolute road. And yeah, it's not made for entertaining cricket in the 4-day championship so far at Chelmsford. But this is certainly entertaining. But maybe it's gone too far the other way.
Well, exactly right. And I think you're saying just exactly what I'm thinking as well. There's a sweep there from Rossington. Again, he plays that quite nicely down towards backward square leg. There is a fine line between having entertaining cricket and, you know, the wicket just being a little too much in favour of a certain type of bowling. You know, at times it looks as though it's too much in favour. Then at other times you think, well, actually that does look sort of playable. Certainly today, I think. Last night it wasn't the case, but it's just finding that right balance, isn't it? Organ to Brown. Brown on the back foot, steers that towards extra cover, well fielded by Gubbins. It hit him at a fair rate of knots. 75 for 5. Organ has bowled 10 overs, 3 for 33. Dawson has 9 overs, 2 for 30. Brown has 27. Rossington has 18. 150 exactly. The lead for Essex.
Just like the way Nick Brown's gone about things, he hasn't worried about what's going on at the other end. He's let everybody else get on with it and just go, look, I'm just going to carry on playing and accumulating, and we'll see where we get to. And if I have to put the bad ball away, I'll put that away. But I'm not going to be taking risks. The other thing you could say about the pitch as well is if you're going to look down the list of all the wickets that have fallen, how many have been bad shots? I mean, bad shots. Not many. No,
I agree. I mean, the thing is this. I mean, that argument is often sort of rolled out, isn't it, when wicket starts turning and that sort of thing. I do believe that both sets of players have been spooked by last night's Harmer spell, and I think it's made people think differently about their innings today, and that does bring about a very different mindset in terms of the number of shots that you see. Is it my over? I can't remember. Dawson bowls.
No, it's mine. Sorry, I do apologise.
That's all right, I wasn't sure.
Sorry, I was just doing a bit of admin. Sorry about that. Sorry, someone's asked me a question and he didn't answer. My other job. Here's Dawson then round the wicket. Bowling to the right-handed Rossington, who doesn't look like he's going to stand on ceremony. And he drives uppishly, I say uppishly, in the air, but didn't go right through with the shot. Long offs right back on the rope, and they come through for a single, but you think they'll bring them up now for Nick Brown. So 76 for 5, so the lead is 151 runs here. BBC Essex, BBC Solent with you. Glenn Speller, Kevin James and Nick Gledhill at a sunny Chelmsford once again. I'm pleased to report. think the rain lasted about 30 seconds at lunch.
Did we get some?
We got about 10 drops.
Oh, really?
Did you not see them they put the covers on?
Oh, I did. Well, I wondered
when
I walked round.
Yeah.
When I walked round, I saw them. I thought, well, why are they out on the pitch? Or not out on the outfield?
The umpires even walked out to have a look. Oh. I don't quite know why, because it had stopped and the sun was back out again. Maybe they're asking the ground staff, why have you put the covers on? They may not have seen the rains, because if you blinked, you'd miss it. Yeah, and the cloud cover really has broken up now, I'm pleased to report. Dawson is in over the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who's right down again, right forward, playing defensively. No run again. 76 for 5. We're in the 25th over of Essex's second innings on the second afternoon of this county championship match. Here's Dawson continuing to whirl away, and Brown rather gets stuck there, stuck in his crease and off the inside of the face of the bat, and there's no run as Dawson fields on his follow-through. Essex got another couple of T20 blast games to come at the end of this week, finishing up their group games. Here's Dawson quicker, and Brown shuffles across and pushes out to the offside and sends Rossington back into his ground. There wasn't a single there.
He's working hard, Nick Brown, isn't he? A lot of concentration going on in his head at the moment.
Speaking to him after he'd shared that big stand with Sir Alistair Cook right at the start of the season, I said, you guys really got your heads down. He said, yeah, we're not going to have people beating down the doors to come and watch us, are we? I said, it doesn't matter how you get them, does it, as long as it's in the book? And he said, well, yeah, there's all different ways to play. He said, and I know, you know, I'm not the wham bam going to crash it around and people are going to, you know, leave their jobs early, leave work early to go and say, oh, Nick Brown's batting, but, you know, effective, very good at what he does. He's quite a sort of self-deprecating sort of character. But a good servant to Essex. Dawson into him now. Right back on his stumps goes Brown. Very watchful, very careful. Defensively out to the offside, and there's no run. 76 for 5 is the Essex score. They lead by 151 runs.
So, I mean, at the moment, it doesn't look too bad, does it? There's not a lot of bounce for the spinners, and batting looks more than manageable out there, but there's always that one around the corner that there's going to be more than a handful. Vince and Ben Brown having a chat there. Not sure if Barker was just involved in that for a while. I'm just wondering if they might just have 2 or 3 overs of seam just to break things up a little bit, maybe change the bowlers round. At the moment, things are working okay for Hampshire. 76 for 5, they'd have been happy with that.
Yeah, so Essex finish up the end of the week away at Sussex in the T20 blast, then home to Glamorgan on Saturday.
Down the wicket comes Rossington, just steers that up towards deep mid-on for a single, mids on to 20, 77 for 5.
Currently in 3rd position in the South Group. The game here on Saturday, by the way, is a 6:30 start against Glamorgan, 7 o'clock at Hove on Friday. BBCS will have full commentary of both of those, and Hampshire finishing up their campaign as well.
Sunday night.
Oh, Sunday night under the lights.
Yeah. Not sure I've ever been to a T20 game on a Sunday night before.
I'm not sure Saturday evening's the greatest time
no.
if I'm honest.
Well, we had one the other week, actually, as Organ bowls. Brown's forward, plays that back down the pitch. It was a double-header day with the Vipers in the afternoon and the game in the evening. Funny, I thought it was Sussex, I think. Saturday night, yeah, it's a bit weird, really.
Yeah.
Sure, Sunday night would be even more weird. With Organ round the wicket with his off-spin flight sit. Brown well forward, nice straight bat. Just waiting for the opportunity where the ball's slightly shorter. Just to rock back, and just thread it through the offside. Which seems to have been his main mode of attack against Organ so far. The sun getting a little brighter and a little stronger at the moment. That's Fuller and work towards mid-wicket where Fuller does the fielding. And there is no run. I haven't seen James Fuller at all bowling in this game as yet. Still the slip on a galleon for Felix Organ. Comes in again and bowls to Brown. Brown gets that one that's slightly shorter. He's looking for that shot every single time. He knows it's a fairly safe shot. And the minute that Organ just drops it even just a couple of inches short, he's right back.
It's just the release, isn't it? Drop it short. Well, I can thread it through there and pick up the single. Gets me off strike.
Yeah, that's you know, that's good batting, isn't it? You know, he's worked out that it's a safe shot. And that's the one he's going to play.
Surrey have declared 673 for 7 against Kent at the Oval.
A few tired bodies walking off that pitch. Not looking forward to be batting straight away, I shouldn't think. Down the wicket comes Rossington and flicks that away over mid-wicket, and that looks like it's going to be 6 more. He's been striking the ball well today, and he does so once more. And I think just
the roof of the marquee.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to make it worse, that's exactly the roof where the Hampshire players are changing. That will not ideal from the Hampshire point of view. I'm sure Rossington would take an extra satisfaction from that shot as well. 26 he moves on to, off just 15 deliveries. 84 for 5, the lead is 159.
England need 31 more to beat New Zealand. Bairstow 51 from 30 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. Joe Root 79 from 108, so he's not exactly hanging around either.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm just waiting for when England lose a game, I'm waiting for the criticism to come.
Yeah.
Like it used to when Kevin Peterson always used to play attacking cricket. Well, that's the way I play. Then England are going to say, well, that's the way we play. And that's clearly the way they want to go about things, so we'll just wait for that to happen at some point. But while it goes on, we're enjoying watching it. We're enjoying watching England take apart the World Test champions, let's not forget. Dawson from the Hayes close end, Essex 84 for 5 here. He's going to bowl to Nick Brown. Rossington's only 2 runs behind Brown now. And Dawson is into the Essex opener and right back on his stumps again, Brown. Pushed through a little bit quicker that time by Dawson. Keith Barker just signalling to the Hampshire changing room for something or other. Man stood up there at mid-off. Dawson's into Brown once again, works it on the bounce into the onside, stopped by the man forward short leg for no run.
I don't know if it's for his bowling boots or something.
Well, you did mention, didn't you, whether they might just try seam.
Yeah, just for a couple of overs.
Yeah, just for a couple of overs, just to break it up a bit, just see if it's going to do anything. Here's Dawson into Brown, and Brown very watchfully defensively, and Dawson fields away to his right for no addition to the score.
Yeah, there's just, I mean, for Hampshire at the moment, there's just nothing happening. And Rossington is just sort of picking the bowlers off at the moment.
This next one from Dawson has Brown on the drive this time and sets off very quickly as he hits it up to mid-on. He's 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Comes through for the single, 85 for 5, so the lead goes to 160 runs now. Brings Rossington down onto strike, which immediately sends mid-off and mid-on down to the rope. And mid-wicket, 2/3 of the way to the boundary as well. Dawson around the wicket to Rossington. Oh, Rossington's lofted that one away, inside out. Won't pick up any more than a single though, as it spins off the surface and into the hands of the man who was out on the point boundary there, and they come through for the single, 86 for 5.
Well, you can see what he was trying to do, which was exactly the right thing, but it's a little squarer the way the ball ended up.
He was trying to hit it wide of long off, wasn't he? He'd gone inside out just to try and pick that gap. It was in the air an awful long time, but no fielder anywhere around. Brings Brown back onto strike, really enforced onside field for Brown, and he picks out the man at short mid-wicket for no run. End of the over. Essex 86 for 5, and they lead by 161 runs. Brown 29 from 83 deliveries, Rossington 27 from 16 deliveries.
Yeah, I know it sounds silly, with Organ's got 3 wickets and Dawson's got 2, but I actually would just swap them around. But doing it with a couple of overs of seam bowling, you can see there's more chat out there in the middle now. Dawson, Organ, Barker, Vince, they're obviously discussing just what they might do over the next few overs. And as I say, I actually would just swap them around now, just with something different, see what might happen, because for me, Rossington and Brown are playing the spinners fairly easy at the moment, and there doesn't seem to be a lot going on for them in a game where Hampshire need to keep making things happen. They can't afford to have even a quiet half hour, because in that time, Rossington can keep the scoreboard pushing along at a fair pace. Nick Brown can just keep playing the way he's doing, and Essex will get in a stronger and stronger position. So it can't afford a quiet spell for any length of time.
Well, the long conversation and long discussion has resulted in Organ continuing from this end. So whether the conversation was, well, maybe one more, or
yeah,
or as you say, maybe swap, maybe Dawson swaps next time around.
Yeah. There's no great need to change it, but there's a sweep shot, lovely shot from outside off stump there. Rossington square on the leg side, and that's almost stopped on the boundary by Will, who seems to spend most of his time on the floor there by the rope, who can't quite get there again.
and Rossington overtakes Brown.
He's struck the ball well, hasn't he, since he's been out?
You see, the top order batsmen of Hampshire would have looked this morning and gone, well we can't play like that, because if we play like that, we'll get criticised.
Well, yeah, it's always a fine line, isn't it? It always looks great when you're playing across the line and you're striking it well, like Rossington is at the moment. But they're not all across the line. There's another sweep shot, which it's Donald, maybe on the helmet.
Yeah,
I think we're going to have. It's a nice bit from Rossington there, just making sure that Donald's okay. I think we'll have a little stoppage here because he's going to have to be checked over very quickly.
Yeah, he's not taking sort of evasive action. He's just seen the sweep coming, so he sort of just ducks down rather than sort of jumping out of the way, and just ducks down. It's hit him as he's put his head down. It's hit him right on the top of the helmet. So I think he was just sort of nodding to Adam Rossington. Yes, I'm okay. It's just showing where it's hit on the helmet. So may have to have a replacement helmet as well. But struck with full force by Adam Rossington. So examine the helmet. Normally, if you get hit on the helmet, you just change it, don't you? I think these days. But he's being handed it back.
Yeah, maybe it's hitting an area where it's pretty well padded. I don't know. I don't know what the helmets are like these days. It's a long time since I put one on. 90 for 5, fortunately. Don't intend to be putting any on either anytime soon.
Everyone has to wear one these days, don't they?
Yeah.
Junior cricket and everything.
I was talking to the Hampshire head coach, actually, Giles White, yesterday morning, and there was a charity game at Hambledon over the weekend, sort of an ex-Hampshire 11 and an England sort of 11, one of these charity things. And I did see a picture of Giles White actually batting, but and another picture I saw was one of Chris Tremlett bowling. And Chris Tremlett, we were talking about tall cricketers yesterday during the commentary, and was a mighty fine bowler, of course, in his time, and it's not that long ago he sort of retired. And I said to Chalky, how was it? He said, yeah, I really enjoyed it. He said, but Chris Tremlett bowled quite sharp. And it's Criddle Chalky, and one or two of the others, Mark Nicholas, all batting without helmets. Is that me or you? I can't remember. It's all good, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Played out square on the offside by Rossington. That's a nice looking shot as well for a single. 32. He moves on to 91 for 5. Lead is 166. And I just thought, when you've been out of the game for a long time, I mean, Chalky's been out for a long time now, and you get to a certain age and you're facing bowling that you probably would rather not.
You see, Chris Tremlett, as you say, he's not retired that long ago, so he's probably still got that little bit of competitiveness to him.
He did, yeah. He said he was steaming in. And he's about 6'8", you think, really? Don't need that on a Friday afternoon, as that's pushed out towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I think that was the thing that I sort of struck me when, you play a few games here and there when you finish, because all sorts of people ask you, and it's good fun. It is, there's no doubt about it. But you tend to sort of not wear a helmet, and you think, I would have done normally. Let's push back to the bowler, and there's no run. I remember playing one game. It wasn't that long ago, actually, a few years ago, on a lively-ish wicket, and this guy was steaming in, and I didn't have a helmet. I thought, God, I just don't want this. I really don't want this. I've managed to last 20 years without being, I was smacked on the head, but with a helmet on, but not without a helmet. And that's pushed out square on the leg side by Brown, fielded by Fuller. End of the over. 91 for 5. Brown has 29. Rossington has 32. And Essex are leading by 166.
We're just waiting someone at mid-off or mid-on just to say to Chris Tremlett, charity game, Chris. Yeah. Just take it back.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the guys don't need this. No. Or what you don't want is somebody go and let him have it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you've been hit for a few, you might think, do you know what? Just this ball, I'll just sneak one in, and just to remind him. So we're 91 for 5. So you said 166, didn't you? The lead. So yeah, Essex could have dissipated relatively rapidly, but Rossington's come out and hit a couple of sixes, and that just seems to have settled Essex down a little bit, and just given Hampshire something else to think about. These two came together with the score at 51, so they've added 40, of which Rossington's got 32 of them. And there is going to be a change of bowling at the Hayes Close end. Kyle Abbott come on, and while we had the stoppage, just while Donald was checked out after being struck on the helmet there, Keith Parker did come down here and just pick up something from a member of the coaching staff. So
Graham Welsh,
yeah, whether that was some instructions or some strapping or something. But yeah, Abbott from the Hayes Close end. Just going to change things up here a bit, Hampshire, because it's gone a bit quiet for them. Abbott is in now and bowling to Rossington, and Rossington from the crease drives away very nicely. out towards the cover boundary, and they come back for a couple of runs. 93 for 5.
Nice shot again.
Yeah, he's got 1/2 century, Adam Rossington, this season for Essex. Played a very, very important hand in a really low-scoring game at Taunton, where Essex looked as though they might lose the game, but I think it was a 20 odd he got, which was so important, and just got Essex over the line. As Abbott turns at the end of his run, steaming in now towards us in the sunshine at Chelmsford, in and bowling, and oh, that just lifts a little bit, and it struck Rossington on the bottom hand, and he's immediately taking the glove off and wringing that right hand.
Painful.
Yeah, must be the thumb that's taken. I think he's okay, just flexing his fingers and thumb. Nick Brown comes down to inquire as to the nature and severity of the blow.
Just that odd one that bounces from the seamers. We haven't actually seen too many of those today from the seamers. The seamers have been pretty innocuous on both sides. That's as much to do with the pitch as much as anything, but that's the first one we've really seen bounce. We saw a few of them yesterday.
Well, he's okay, and he's back up and facing Abbott once again, and just plays defensively from the crease for no run. 93 for 5. The lead is 168 runs.
That's a lot, I'm afraid. A lot. It doesn't sound a lot, but it is.
Even though you look at the nature of the nature of what we've been watching for the last 45 minutes or so.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I know, but I yeah, in the context of the last 45 minutes, it's not a lot, but I don't know. I just think there's still some more mischievous stuff in this wicket yet.
Abbott with just one slip in. Saving runs is also very much at the forefront of Hampshire's mind, so much so, only the one slip in. Rossington gets a big, thick outside edge. It goes through where second slip would have been and goes for 4 runs, 97 for 5.
Yeah, well, this is the match situation now, isn't it, really? James Vince is trying to strike a balance between having a defensive field, especially to Rossington, who's been very positive, and also trying to take wickets, and I think maybe in another situation and a game here, there would have been 2 slips, but maybe Vince feels they can't afford that.
He takes a couple of steps to his right, Vince, now at first slip, nominally, because he's the only man there. Abbott's into Rossington now. He just works that just square on the onside, and they come through for a nicely judged single. 98 for 5. Be interesting whether Essex were to open with Simon Harmer.
Yeah. Yes, it's an interesting one. I think if Harmer had got the same bounce and spin that he got last night, today, I think it would have been a no contest. But the fact that he didn't quite get the same this morning, as well as he bowled, and he still picked up all 4 wickets to fall, I think the fact that happened, I think maybe not. 15
more for England to beat New Zealand required, as Abbott comes round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who just continues to play solidly and defensively, and there's no run as it goes up to mid-on. Kevin's off to update BBC Solent listeners, so I think if Nick wants to slot in, then when Kevin's finished, he can come in and replace me. It's the end of the over, so 98 for 5. The lead is 173 runs for Essex, and yeah, change of bowling at this river end as well. Liam Dawson, having operated exclusively from the Hayes close end in this Essex second innings, is going to come on and have a go from the end from which we're commentating. But Nick Gledhill, when Essex were 51 for 5, we were suddenly thinking, was a lead of 130, 140 going to be enough? But these two have done such a great job, and Rossington has just changed the complexion of things.
Yeah, he's been positive from the start. I mean, he's played really well. We were just talking about the fact he's probably slightly underachieved for Essex with the bat, and averaging 25. But he's already shown once in a difficult situation that he could play a significant hand. That was at Taunton, and here he's doing it again. And I think, not surprised at this change. I was just thinking they might do this because Organ are not used, I think, to bowling particularly long spells, and was maybe just tiring a little bit. Not quite as accurate as he had been. And Dawson, who did bowl from this end in the first innings, bowls now, and that's driven by Rossington for a single up towards Fuller, long off, and there's one to the total. It's 99 for 5. But all credit to Rossington, who's made a difference. We were just thinking if Essex might try and counter-attack, and it's he who's done that. Obviously, there were 1 or 2 other options down the list, like Harmer and Snater, who could have done, but the fact that Rossington has come off has made a big difference here, and it's given Hampshire a lot to think about. And there was a worry, I think, amongst the Essex supporters, because we'd seen Organ and Dawson bowl pretty well in tandem. Now in the Hampshire innings, obviously Cook, was pretty impressive as ever at the start. Sam Cook, Snater and Beard neither quite hit their straps in the few overs they had, and obviously Lawrence was very expensive as the second spinner, and there was just a slight concern of what would happen at the other end if Harmer didn't particularly come off in the same way. So the fact they've got this partnership is just taking a little bit of that pressure off. So a slip and 2 short legs, as that's played defensively by Brown, who's been playing the anchor role very well. He's on 29, and that's no run. Partly cloudy and a very pleasant afternoon again. Not quite as warm as yesterday, but the threat of rain that was around seems to have gone, which is a good thing, because it's been a very intriguing contest. Dawson over the wicket, bowls, and forward here comes Brown. The other thing I think we're finding is, as the ball gets older, there's slightly less in it for the spinners on this pitch. I think we saw that to a slight extent this morning, and Harmer wasn't as effective quite as much as he was. Even though he got 4 wickets, he didn't pose quite the threat that he did yesterday with the newer ball. This is played defensively from the crease, just keeps it a bit low, played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And it could be a good time for Essex to cash in to take this game out of Hampshire's reach.
England need another 10 to win, and Joe Root's not going to get his century because Johnny Bairstow smashed 61 in no time.
Yeah.
Root 86 not out.
There's a fairly shoe-in for man of the match, Bairstow. And this is just played defensively off the back foot by Brown up to Liam Dawson. So 99 for 5 doesn't look anything great, but you add the 75 lead. Snater's 71 in the first innings looks such a big factor in this game, and will lead 174. Dawson bowls and off the back foot whipped away and nicely stopped by Gubbins at mid-wicket. But yes, it could have been a different story if Essex had been bowled out for 140, 150. It may yet be, but you feel that Essex are gradually getting into not an unassailable position, but if Harmer goes anything like he did in the first innings, it's going to be very hard for Hampshire second time round. 99 for 5.
So Surrey 673 for 7 declared against Kent. Kent a 9 for 1, and a rare failure for Ben Compton.
Yeah, it's a disaster for Kent.
Yeah, bowled by Sam Curran, the first innings, well, one of 4 first innings centurions for Surrey. Bowled by Sam Curran for 4, Ben Compton, but he really has been a story of the season on the county scene, so much so. Suddenly he's talked about, because you look at the England batting lineup, and the obvious position is they do need to find one other opener. 99 for 5 here, as Abbott is into Rossington, pushes out to the offside but fielded at short cover, and there is no run.
I mean, obviously Leeds has impressed without getting the big, a really
enough,
big score. He's probably done enough, whereas Crawley is still living off that 267 against Pakistan, I think. Without that, he probably wouldn't be persevered with to the extent that he has been.
Yeah, and England just need to look around. I think he's had enough opportunities, Crawley. I think there was a stat in the week during the recent Test match about the number of opportunities and having the lowest average. Here's Abbott into Rossington. Rossington on the drive again, stopped at extra cover, and there's no run. I think the stat was the lowest average of an England opener who's played the amount of cricket for England that he has, and it's unfortunate, and he's just maybe it needs to be taken out of the firing line, but it's where England look to.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there are sort of 1 or 2 previously tried options, Robson and Burns, for example. Yeah, I mean, Compton has got a massive runs this season, and that is a disaster for Kent, the fact he's out cheaply.
England have won. Here's Abbott in and bowling to Rossington, and Rossington just from the crease works it into the offside, and the applause you can hear is for the Essex 100 for 5, of which Rossington now has 41, and Essex lead by 175 runs. Yeah, England win by 7 wickets and seal a 3-0 series whitewash, their first at home since 2011.
Yeah, when they beat India 4-0, and then everyone decided it'd be a good idea to have 5 Test series against India straight after that. Which I still find bizarre, but yeah, that was the last time they had anything like that sort of margin, I think.
Ended by the game, by the way, by Johnny Bairstow 6. Here's Abbott. The one slip in to the left-handed Brown. And Brown angles that one into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I'm a big opponent of 5 Test home series against India for various reasons. They've got no track history of success. The last one, of course, we got as far as the 4th Test and then the series ended. And we have had instances where when one side gets ahead in England-India series, they just tend to pull further and further away, and it not tend to be conducive to 5 Test series. Let's hope the one-off test coming up this week is a good spectacle. I'm sure England will contribute in the way they have been.
Bairstow 71 from 43 balls. Here's Abbott in, and Nick Brown, who has 29 from 94 balls, plays defensively for no run.
And it's strange, Glenn, but I just think that England got at New Zealand. Of course, New Zealand was pretty dominant a year ago when the two sides met, but New Zealand's team selection was all over the place, and I just think that, that they succumbed to, sort of the pressure that England's style of playing was imposing. I mean, Neil Wagner should have played at Trent Bridge, and certainly the left-arm spinner should have played at Headingley, Ajaz Patel.
Here's Abbott then to finish off his over. Charging in around the wicket to Brown, and Brown off the back foot cuts that one away and pierces the inner ring of fielders and picks up 4 runs, and Essex go to 104 for 5. They lead now by 179 runs with 31 overs gone in their second innings. He has 33, Rossington has 41, and Kevin will come back in alongside him.
That'll be a 50 partnership as well, I suspect. Yeah, 53 from 64 balls, and Rossington's got 41 of them. Until that boundary, he'd got 41 out of 49. So it's been a great partnership, but it's been Rossington's aggression from the outset that has unsettled Hampshire and just stopped what was a fantastic Hampshire fight back in its tracks. 104 for 5, lead of 179. So that looks a lot. And as I say, the one sort of crumb of comfort I can think of from the Hampshire point of view is that it's almost a case of, on the evidence of the first innings, when Sam Cooke's had his spell, who bowls at the other end to Harmer? And can Hampshire get anything out of that? But how much damage will Harmer do in the meantime? This is a ball that pops from Dawson as Kevin comes back into the box. That's bounced and turned, and Rossington did well to avoid getting an edge. Welcome back, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. It's the first time we've seen something from the spinners misbehave a bit for a while.
So Dawson again bowls off the back foot, an attempted forcing shot from Rossington. Wasn't surprised by this move, taking off Organ, who just started, perhaps not used to bowling long spells, just maybe started to flag a little bit, not quite as effective as he had been, and Dawson being switched to the end he was using yesterday, Harmer's end, and that's 2 good deliveries in a row, real bounce as Rossington went on the cut and missed. 41 to him, and Rossington here plays a much more secure and safe shot, a single out towards long on to go to 42, but Rossington's made a big difference here. So he hasn't made a lot of runs for Essex, but this is a really good time in which to make his mark.
Not bad.
And as I say, I think another factor might be the ball getting slightly older. Has just helped Essex a little bit. It's amazing how the 3 innings have taken very similar patterns for the first 5 wickets or so. So Dawson going over the wicket, bowls, and off the back foot played by Brown, head right over the ball, back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, it does seem to be a little bit easier to play the spinners at the moment. Credit to the 2 batters out there in the middle, of course, but it doesn't seem to be quite as much happening for them at the moment.
Got leg gully, a short leg and a slip, and this takes the pad.
Oh,
Take
yes.
bat and pad. It's taken at short leg, but no contact with the bat in the umpire's opinion. Short leg still appealing, and now has his head on the ground because he's not getting the decision. Must be Donald there, I presume. Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's just giving up on the appeal now. He's still down on one knee. They thought there was an inside edge there onto pad. Hampshire need a wicket here. 105 for 5, just gone past the 50 partnership, lead of 180. Dawson with 3 round the bat bowls, and that's popped up short
yes.
to leg gully, and that is a catch. Lovely piece of bowling from Dawson, which had Brown just playing outside that and getting an edge through to leg gully. Good field placement, and just when we were saying really that Hampshire had to get a wicket, they have managed to break that partnership. Brownie's been there from the start, has gone for 33, 105 for 6. Rossington is 42. The question is, has it come a bit too late? But Liam Dawson's switch to the river end has worked.
Yeah, and just fired that through a little quicker as well. That was a very sharp chance. I think it was Ian Holland that might have taken that one. But that's a sharp chance. And Brown's done a good job there. Worked really hard for those 33 runs, 98 deliveries. And that partnership has been a useful one, wasn't it? 54 runs between him and Rossington.
Yeah, could prove very important. And Harmer is, looks like it's Harmer making his way out, having a chat with Rossington, who's played very well indeed. And certainly Harmer tends to be quite an attacking batsman. Obviously Snater to come as well. Beard played well. Obviously Hampshire can't afford the lower order of Essex to be as successful as they were in the first innings.
Oh gosh, no, it's been the difference, isn't it, really?
Yeah, about 71
Harmer
on its own is the first innings the first innings lead.
Yeah, it's 180 is an awful lot in the context of this game, considering we had 16 wickets fall yesterday, and we've had 10 wickets fall today. Are we halfway through yet?
Great. The BBC Sport website's put my lunchtime piece up at 14:28, 2:28. Luckily, it's not too out of date, but I'm grateful for them for doing it.
That's why I never bother.
Thank you for them. Thanks to them. Luckily, I think everything is still as it was then, but that's very kind of them. So, got Vincent's better at 1:28 than 2:28, but there we go.
I suppose they'll say they've got a lot on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Abbott. There's a nice drive from Rossington, where it's fielded at Gubbins at extra cover, whereas of course we're doing nothing. 105 for 6 then. The lead is 180, and Abbott's into his 5th over, none for 17.
You know, trying to be carefully worded, you see. I spent quite a lot of time writing that, because obviously, you know, talk about pitches and spinning pitches, you know, arguments on both sides. But I think we can agree that it's produced a good spectacle. And you wouldn't have liked to have seen the first 3 games here. I only had to see one of them, and that was enough for me. The away cricket has been really good for Essex this season. This is the first interesting one at home.
Abbott bowls. Rossington drives into the gap just in front of point on the offside. 106 for 6. It's a good job the game wasn't over an hour after lunch, wasn't it? And then they posted your lunchtime report.
That's right. Well, yes, imagine that, if Essex had been bowled out, it wouldn't have, having said that 75 was a match, probably should be a match-winning lead. But anyway, we're grateful, so thank you. They've obviously found it in a cupboard somewhere. But actually, it's turning into a nice afternoon now, isn't it? It's a bit more reminiscent of yesterday.
I was just thinking that, just about a couple of seconds before you said that, I thought, gosh, it's getting warm now. Here's Abbott, bowls, and Harmer gets one that bounces, turns that nicely away on the leg side, runs the first one quickly in from deep square leg. Comes, I think that's Ian Holland, yes it is.
Yeah. See, the worry about that, from the Essex point of view, why we needed that partnership was, and I think you pointed this out in the first innings, obviously Lawrence, I just mentioned Lawrence's bowling to you, and we had a handover. You know, he's a surprise package, but he clearly didn't come off. I mean, Abbott absolutely blasted him, didn't he? And Lawrence, that was odd, because I would have thought he'd been more effective than that, and he might be in the second innings.
Yeah. Abbott bowls it, bounces to Rossington. Good delivery there. Just put a little bit more effort into that, Abbott, and got the reward. Short of a length, Rossington gets one that goes over the shoulder of the bat. If I had to rank the spinners in this game, if I'm honest, I'd put Simon Harmer head and shoulders above absolutely everybody else. Then it would be Dawson. Then it would be Felix Organ, and then Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean Dawson, ever reliable, and Organ, as I say, justifying, even though he failed as an opener, justifying his place really.
Here comes Abbott, Rossington forward. That's hit high in the back, goes out square on the offside. Single. All runs are important from here on in. As Rossington moves on to 44, and it's 183 lead.
But one of the things, I suppose, Essex have got 2 home games in July, and these sort of pitches are producing a good spectacle, good entertainment. It's just whether they're going to have sort of emails being sent and saying chaps, we want these games to go into 4 days, and what. Essex could argue they're helping people prepare to play spin in overseas tours.
Well, Yeah, could do. It's, oh, that's bounced and that's hit Harmer on the shoulder of the bat, has it? Or off the shoulder? Off the shoulder probably, as Ben Brown takes it with the ball looping behind Harmer. That was a wicked short delivery there, and he gets through it, 108 for 6. I would say, I think it was quite interesting. Oh, it's off the forearm, according to Martin Saggers, the umpire at the far end. I would say it'll be quite interesting, actually, because if you do get through this, and the pitch reports and all the reports afterwards suggest that, yeah, the pitch is okay, you have a licence to produce 2 more pitches like this. And if you've got Harmer playing, then I would say that you'll be in a very, very good position, which come towards the end of the season, to be in the mix for the championship.
Yeah, 3 of the last 4 games are away from home. They've got Lancashire here, Gloucestershire and Somerset. So, yeah, be fascinating to see. But say, it is very much an improvement on what we've seen before this season in terms of pitches. I think the attempt was made to try and create more batting-friendly surface, and ended up 69 wickets in 3 games. Dawson bowls, and that's just played by Rossington out into the offside. He was there on 44. Adam Rossington played very well from 36 balls, and say it's just the impetus that was needed, really.
Yeah, definitely.
Bright sunshine as Dawson with a slip-in, bowls, and Dawson on the Rossington on the drive, sends it to Gubbins on the bounce. That's cover, short cover, and there's no run. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch, or at Solent Sport, or at BBC Essex Sport on social media. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent. And this is just played up into the onside by Rossington, who's just reining himself in slightly here. Obviously looking to be positive. We'll know he's just lost Brown. It might be that he'll be looking to sort of bat through. Close to his second 50 for Essex. Top score 52 so far. This is a pleasant looking drive just up towards the long off to Fuller, goes to 45. And he's yet to play the major innings for Essex, neither T20 or the championship. But the positive approach. Obviously a good player against spin. Maybe being brought up at Northampton helps in that respect, but he's looked very good in this innings.
Was he originally at Middlesex? Did he start at Middlesex? Yes. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
So it's going to be Dawson, a second slip in for Harmer. But so what we have had is entertainment and cricket that's been interesting from the start. And as I say, the batsmen have been in their element at times. You've seen some fine shots from players of both sides. Slip and a gully, and here's Harmer playing up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 109 for 6. And Dawson going around the wicket, bowls, and this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. But it's fair to say the Essex seamers, Cook aside, have been more effective with the bat than with the ball in the game so far, but their contributions with the bat have been very important. And Aaron Beard, I would add his cameo as well at the end to back up Snater. I mean, those runs were really, really crucial in building that first innings to 238. 109 for 6. That was a good tight over from Dawson. Rossington 45, and Harmer has 1.
Yeah, it's the back end of the Essex innings has really put Hampshire under massive pressure. And then Harmer following that up was almost too much. So, yeah, anything, so where are we? 184 the lead, which is an awful lot, I'm afraid, for Hampshire fans and supporters listening. Even though the wickets appears to be just playing a fraction easier. Although Abbott in the last over got a couple to bounce, which we haven't seen from that end for a little while. It's going to be bowling to Adam Rossington. On slip, that's Vince, comes in and bowls. Rossington just works that away towards mid-wicket. Nick Gubbins, oh no, it's not, it's an R in Donald Fields, not cleanly. But he's in behind it nevertheless. Nice sunshine here in Chelmsford.
South Africa women 152 for 5 in that women's test at Taunton against England, and England beating New Zealand by 7 wickets to see that 3-0 series win and getting the runs very quickly.
Amazing. Amazing. I don't know what the problem was for those last 17 tests. Before these last 3, as Rossington drives, not timed, it goes up to mid-on though. What were we doing for those previous 17 tests before this inning?
Well, I suppose we had a different mindset, didn't we? We're much less positive, but Stokes, a bit of a question mark about the tactics on the Friday morning when Overton was bowling short to Southey, but apart from that, you can't really fault his tactical acumen. And I think there's always a thought, certainly Ian Chappell used to say this quite bluntly in his columns, that Root was a much better batsman than captain in terms of tactical know-how. And it might be that we're seeing, I mean, for example, Jack Leach wouldn't have taken 10 wickets under Joe Root because he probably wouldn't have bowled enough overs.
That's true. But I suppose you need to be backed up off the field, don't you, as well?
Yeah.
But bowls, Rossington leaves that one alone. Good leave. I'm seeing him do that too often.
So it's great to see, obviously, England after that very lean spell. Was kind of trying to think where we are now in the Ashes cycle. It's a home Ashes next, I think, isn't it? So that'll be coming along in I think it might even be next year. Yes, it will be, because the last was in 19. So it just starts to build some momentum.
Where are they off to in the winter? Do you know, off the top of your head? Don't worry.
Not sure. Might be one of those several tours.
Here's Abbott bowls. Rossington pushes forward, goes out to extra cover. Gubbins fields. So there's India coming up anyway, isn't it?
Well, India tends to come up every 5 minutes anyway, doesn't it? For one reason or another.
Yeah, but I mean they're coming back for the test that didn't get played.
Yes, and
so
they're playing some one-dayers. And what's happening, of course, is the all-format players got an extremely congested schedule, sort of playing almost every other day, because they've had to sort of concertina all the games together.
Yeah.
And as I say, I agree with Ravi Shastri's point. There's too much international T20 cricket outside of World Cups. And as he quite rightly said, I can't remember anything that ever happened in an international T20 game. It was a really good point.
Abbott bowls. Rossington gets a length ball, and he's in behind that quietly.
I suppose World Cups are interesting, but to be honest, international T20 games don't really grab the attention, do they?
Well, not if you're not. I guess not if you're going. Not if you're not going. If you're going, I guess it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's just it's. I can never quite work out, Kevin, why there was this self-imposed restriction of 3 ODIs. For me, you're playing India. What we did 2004 tests and 5 ODIs is perfect. Yeah. And I think every ODI now counts towards a points table as well.
But in the sunshine, length ball bounces a bit as Rossington takes the bottom hand off the bat, pushes that out to extra cover. End of the over, maiden over for Carl Abbott. His first maiden in 6 overs that he's bowled. He has none for 20. And Essex currently 109 for 6 in their second innings.
Thanks to John, who's been in touch, saying enjoying the commentary. Where is Dick today? Dick wasn't rostered on today, but he'll be back again soon. So. We'll pass on your regards to Dick as well. Yorkshire fan listening and watching in. Whenever the Tykes aren't in action, I always follow Essex at Chelmsford. It's one of my favourite grounds. It's always good to watch Sir Alistair bat. Sorry, well, I know Harry Brook, and there was some good batting from Yorkshire, but it wasn't a great reverse fixture, was it, at Chelmsford this year? You say you're looking forward to Simon Harmer running through the Hampshire batters in their second innings. Well, there's a fair chance that will happen, but you never know. And can you ask a couple of questions regarding Essex players? So we'll look at that as we go along, as Dawson bowls. That's just played defensively back down the pitch and there's no run. So is Matt Critchley likely to play the last 2 T20 Blast games? Not sure about that. We'll certainly probably ask about it in our interviews at the end of this game. As Dawson bowls, and use of the feet here from Harmer, who's made a conservative start, as he tends to. That's played up toward mid-wicket and there's no run. He's got 109 for 6. Essex looking for that one more partnership, probably to take the game out of Hampshire's reach. Lead 184 at the moment. A slip and a gully. This is just played defensively back down the pitch. So I'm not sure about Critchley. It was curious, actually, John, that he got injured just at the time when Dan Lawrence came back, because we weren't really sure who was going to miss out from the Essex T20 side, which has been very good indeed. Possibly Feroz Kushi, possibly even Tom Wesley. But here is ball played with an angled bat down towards backward square leg, and there's no run. And then if Simon Harmer is selected for South Africa, which county championship games would he miss? I think I know he's more or less off by heart without looking at the details, but I think it's Kent at Canterbury and Yorkshire at Headingley. I don't think he would miss a championship match here. Here is Dawson bowling, and that's played defensively up into the offside. And we know that the start of the Test series coincides with the 100, and then there's I think the final Test is on the 8th of September, and so that will be long finished before Essex play Lancashire here in sort of mid-September, and that's the only home game here in September. Dawson bowls, and that's played away back down the pitch, and there's no run. So he would miss a few 50-over games, and he would miss actually quite a lot of the 50-over games given the lead-in times of the Tests, and also certainly he would miss Canterbury, and he'd miss Headingley. So 109 for 6 and 45 to Rossington and 1 to Harmer, and the lead 184. A couple of tight overs as Essex just rebuild after the loss of that wicket and the breaking of that partnership with Brown's dismissal.
You know, there's still not a lot happening for Dawson, really. I mean, I know he picked up Nick Brown about 15 minutes ago or so, but there's not been a lot for him at the moment. Abbott will continue from the Hayes close end, with Vince standing quite wide at first slip, and it's in the air, but there's nobody. It's just in front of point. Rossington pushing forward there, getting into that shot a little too early. Nick Gubbins is a little bit too much towards extra cover to be in play there. And Rossington will pick up a single, moves on to 46, 110 for 6, the lead 185.
Interesting, Jack Leach got man of the match ahead of Johnny Bairstow. I suppose 10 fours are quite rare in the match for a left-arm spinner. So Bairstow might consider himself unlucky, but I'm sure he'll be very pleased for his colleague.
Did he get man of the match in the second Test?
Yes, that might be. You can't have it. You're not allowed to have it twice. Yes.
Well, they could, but I suppose felt sorry for Leach. Length ball, Harmer pushes forward. Abbott, as he usually does these days, tries to guide the ball off his hand to the stumps at the bowler's end.
I think we can say, I don't think we need to look up the fact that Mitchell is man of the series for New Zealand, but just to see who might be for England. We'll see them. That could easily be Bairstow as well, even though he didn't do much in the first Test in terms of man of the series. Yeah, but he was under, his place was under a bit of pressure with Harry Brook, the youngster from his own county, putting him under pressure.
Bairstow's in there for a while now, isn't he?
You would have thought so.
Harmer to face Abbott. Abbott bowls full, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket by Simon Harmer. Chase round from deep square leg for Ian Holland, and will be 2 runs, and Harmer will move on to 3, and it's 112 for 6. Essex in their second innings. They lead now by 187.
Yeah, and Jack Leach saying that he thinks Johnny Bairstow deserved the award for man of the match as well. So they're saying all the right things. And Joe Root is man of the series for England. I don't know if they've announced confirmed Darryl Mitchell yet, but it's a certainty surely for New Zealand.
Abbott again. It's pulled away by Harmer into the ground off the bottom edge, and the ball spews out towards mid-wicket.
But yes, England have sort of reduced New Zealand to the sort of chaos that England's sides are normally in. And say in the end, some odd team selections, not playing the left-arm spinner when the opposite number got 10 wickets, obviously, is open to question. And but I think the theme for me of that series, New Zealand kept letting England off the hook when they had strong positions.
Sunshine's sort of mixture of coming out and going in. Now that's pulled away, and it's edged into his body by Harmer, and the ball literally falls right down in front of him. He's not picking it up for anybody. And 2 fielders converged to pick it up.
Michael Bracewell, the off-break bowler, sort of part-time, sort of bits and pieces player. 15 overs and two balls, 1 for 109.
Well,
and then your opposite number left-arm spinner's taken a 10 for. So tells the story a little bit, but basically tremendous stuff from England.
It's unusual for spinners to take many wickets there at all, isn't it?
Yeah, there's sort of more of a sort of subcontinental type feel to the pitch, wasn't there, for this Test match?
Yeah, I must admit I didn't watch much of it, if any, actually. So normally there it's not very bouncy for the spinners, unlike here, of course, for Harmer. Now Vince is going to move out of the slip region, and he's going to come out on the leg side to help reinforce that, where he's not quite a standard square leg. In fact, no, he's sort of going that way now, and there is a short mid-wicket. Abbott might just be bowling 1 or 2 short at Harmer, although he's only got 1 ball left of his 7th. I don't want one going flying through slip now. As Abbott bowls, that is short, and it's pulled by Harmer into the ground again. The ball trickles out towards short mid-wicket, and that is the end of Abbott's over. 3 runs off it, 112 for 6. Harmer has 3, Rossington 46. Essex lead by 187.
So we've got 11 overs to go before tea. You happy to carry on, Kevin, or till half through? No, yeah, I'll make way for Glenn in a few moments. Just do one more over. Just a couple of other scores. So Kent has set a 45 for 1 in reply to Surrey's mercy killing at 673 for 7, because they could have got a few more, because it's only just after lunch on day 2, wasn't it? Yeah. 4 centuries in that for Surrey, and Northants 420 for 6 is starting at 10 past 3 against Warwickshire. Gloucestershire 337 all out, Lancashire 41 for 1, Keaton Jennings 27 not out at Bristol, so that game's starting to move along. Those are the Division 1 scores. And the top of the table clash in Division 2, rejuvenated Nottinghamshire. I think there was a crisis meeting there after they were thumped by Leicestershire in a T20 home match, which made it very difficult for them to qualify. It's still not impossible, but if Yorkshire get 1 more point from their last 2 games, Notts are out. But they've been very good ever since, Notts, in the T20, and doing very well in this game. Lyndon James 132 not out, 454 for 6, Notts in the top of the table clash against Middlesex. This is played defensively. Liam Dawson, continuing from the River End, played defensively by Rossington, who's gone into his shell a little bit. Whether he's just waiting for the ball to hit, Kevin, or he's just changed tack after Brown's dismissal.
Well, yeah, I just wonder if he's thinking out there, well, actually things aren't as bad out there as they have been.
Yeah, the ball can only get hold of it, might be what he's thinking. 112 for 6, and if it just pops up, it would have been a catch to a silly point. I think that was off the bat, certainly, and it rolls up, but there's less happening with the older ball. Unfortunately for Hampshire, they never got that far. I think it was 36 overs in the end, their innings, and we're virtually at that mark now in the Essex innings. So Dawson bowls, and that's just turned a little and taken the pad of Rossington. But, stifled shout. Derbyshire have declared at 551 for 8. Derbyshire doing well, actually, in 3rd place, and Anuj Dal 146 when the declaration came. That one played defensively. They're playing Sussex in that one at Hove, so Derbyshire 551 for 8 declared, and they can certainly, Middlesex unlikely to win at Notts. If Derby can win that game, they'll be closing right up on Middlesex near the top of Division 2. So they're going well in that one. Dawson bowls. Oh, it's an attempt to flail the ball away. It's just wide of point. Now, did he just get a hand to that? I think it's run down towards Barker at deep backward point, but that probably goes down as a very hard chance. I think it was just to the right of Donald at backward point.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was always going to be one of those where if it's stuck, that was
been a great catch.
That was a worldie.
And then Worcestershire 271, Glamorgan 139, so a good lead for Worcestershire. 5 for 1 second time around, 137 ahead. This is played defensively, but just for a run, because it's into a gap on the onside. In fact, they're going to come back for a second. No more than a defensive push, and those 2 runs for Rossington have bought him his second 50 for Essex. That was no more than a defensive push, and it's got him. It was played. It's almost like a T20 shot into a leg side, where you play it into a leg side with no power and you come back for 2. That's exactly what he did there, and it's bought him his second 50 for Essex. And it's an innings that has come at a very, very good time indeed for the new wicket-keeper batsman for Essex. Should bring Glenn back in. A few more words from you, Kevin. But 116 for 6, 50 to Rossington, and 3 to Harmer.
Well, he might have slowed up a little bit, Rossington, but that 50 coming off 52 deliveries, so I'll give an example of how positive he was when he first walked to the crease. I just saw James Fuller just warming up. We haven't actually seen him at all yet in this game, and it looks as though he's walking. Yeah, he's taking his cap off. So we are going to get some James Fuller for the first time in this match. So Kyle Abbott is taking a bit of a break. You would have expected perhaps Keith Barker to come on at that Hayes close end, but there wasn't really much for Barker, even with the new ball. No real swing, no real nip off the seam. So James Vince deciding that James Fuller, who has a bit of a reputation for being a partnership breaker, as well as a decent bowler, especially this year, much more consistent, James Fuller, than he probably has been at any time of his career, is coming into the attack. So there'll be a little bit more pace. Will that mean the ball pinging off the bat a little bit quicker as well? Welcome, Glenn.
Well, it's a normal game of county cricket now, isn't it?
Feels it.
It's almost boring.
Yes, I know. Let's get back to the wicket that was doing everything. But, yeah, it feels a bit more sensible out there at the moment. 16 for 6 Essex in their second innings. Were 48 for 4 when Paul Walter was the first wicket that fell after lunch. LBW to Organ. Michael Pepper reverse sweeping Liam Dawson, went for 2, 51 for 5. And then a partnership worth 54 between Nick Brown and Adam Rossington was ended when Dawson had Brown snaffled at leg slip in Holland for 33. 98 balls, Nick Brown, but used up a lot of time, which is exactly what Essex needed. That's full delivery from Fuller to Harmer, who digs that one out and plays it back to the bowler. And there is no run. At what point do you think, Glenn, that Essex will have a lead, or maybe if they already reached that point?